is to promote development, to promote growth in poor countries. And one of the things that we found is that there's absolutely no relationship between foreign aid and growth. Some countries grow, some countries don't, but when they grow, those countries tend to grow because of factors that are completely unrelated to aid, and that's in the best. And so that's in the best of cases. We have seen plenty of cases where foreign aid actually makes things worse. So when foreign aid goes to countries that have really some of the worst economic policies and worst institutions in the world, foreign aid can actually harm the people that it's supposed to help, because it ends up strengthening those governments. A lot of the times they're authoritarian regimes, and oftentimes it leads to corruption and the accumulation of debt rather than development.
Wow. Does that mean that it should just be spent in a different way, or you're arguing just don't spend it at all?
Well, I think that the whole approach to development aid is wrong. Development doesn't happen as a top-down process. It happens as a bottom-up process. The reason that countries grow, and all you have to do is look at the record of the richest countries in the world. They became wealthy because they established the right policies and they established the right institutions and they limited government and they had an important role for the market to play, and there was the rule of law. All of those things have to develop within countries in order for there to be progress. And there's a lot of research about what actually matters for economic growth, but foreign aid is not one of the factors. So then you might ask, can foreign aid promote those policies? Can foreign aid help strengthen the right types of institutions that are pro-growth? And there again, we have decades of experience that say that the answer is no. Foreign aid, when it is conditioned on those things, that in exchange for foreign aid, a country is supposed to adopt policies that are more market-oriented and pro-growth. They promise it, but then it doesn't really happen. And so there again, there isn't any relationship between aid and good policies. And one of the reasons is because aid agencies are government agencies that everybody knows in order for them to continue, they have to keep doling out aid. And so then that weakens the conditions and it has very little credibility. Countries promise things and then they don't accomplish them. In the cases where countries actually do the right thing, there again, there's good research to show that those policy changes have nothing to do with aid or the fact that USAID or the World Bank or whoever has been lending to that same country for decades and then suddenly something went right.
Tell me about, though, the argument that some are making that like we hear Republicans say that they're seeing really silly things that USAID money is being spent on, but there are people in the medical community who are saying that without certain kinds of aid, I think the Guttmacher Institute they have an estimate that there could be millions of unintended pregnancies, thousands of maternal deaths relating to pregnancy and childbirth complications. Is that kind of aid, because that doesn't necessarily pertain to governments, right? That doesn't necessarily pertain to what you're speaking about. So is there room for that kind of aid, like medical aid?
So I'm making a distinction between aid that is intended to promote overall development, overall growth, and other kinds of aid like humanitarian aid or health type. Okay. And those kinds of spending can be are justifiable in many cases. I think that we do need to review those as well, but we don't dole out humanitarian aid on the grounds that it's going to lead to all sorts of growth. We do it for humanitarian purposes. The goal is more narrow and well defined, and we don't expect that that's going to lead to overall development. So I separate those cases, and I think that we can still maintain some of those programs, but even those should go under review.
Okay, so in other words, if USAID continues in your mind, it's going to be a lot smaller, and it maybe is renamed to focus on that humanitarian angle.
That could be one way of doing it. The other way of doing it is to shut down USAID and put those remaining functions under the State Department.
But not everyone thinks USAID is a waste of space, nor that it should be rolled into the State Department.
If you move AID into the State Department does not have program management or project management capabilities.
Andrew Natsios was the USAID administrator under President George W. Bush, and he argues it has among the most updated government procurement systems.
They're a diplomatic institution. I was a diplomat for a while. I have great respect for the skills of the State Department, but they're not a project management institution. Actually, in many ways, AID is more like the Pentagon. So it's because AID is an operational culture. It gets stuff done. It sends 125 humanitarian assistance workers in the middle of an earthquake on the other side of the world overnight. State Department cannot do that. When the Haiti earthquake took place, it was the USAID and the military who did the response. And we have very good relations with the military. In fact, when I was administrator, I set up an office of military affairs. And the interesting thing is, one of the political points, he said, all these people are anti-military. No one will volunteer to be there. I had 125 senior officers volunteer to be in this new office. I said, why did you join this? You're supposed to be anti-military. They said, we're not anti-military. They're operational just like us. We all want to be where the action is. That's where the military is. They all volunteered, and I had to cut the list down.
When you hear someone say, this is separate, but still part of this conversation. When you hear this argument that the evidence shows aid does not help most countries, and we're not talking about medical aid, but development aid, that it doesn't work. In fact, it can just embolden an already authoritarian government and make life worse, actually, for the citizens. What do you say to that argument?
Well, do you know what South Korea was like in the 1950s? It was one of the poorest countries in the world. A third of the country was acutely malnourished. It now has the 11th largest economy in the world. Virtually all South Korean institutions, AID had a hand in creating. South Korea has turned out one of the greatest success stories of AID. You know what the other great story is? Taiwan. We went into Taiwan, thousands of aid officers, and they made Taiwan what it is today to a great degree. Those two countries are allies now and have been for all these years. I can go country by country to show you that it does work all over the world. Does it work everywhere all the time? Absolutely not. If you have a thug who wants to steal money, you're not going to make much progress. You got to have local leadership. But we try to do the best we can wherever we are. What I've been arguing in the article that I wrote, saying what aid should look like in the future, is I know the president said World War III has already started. He said that twice during the campaign.
Yeah.
I hope that's not true, but I think he's a realist. He's dealing with the world as it is. And the alliance the Pentagon calls it the CRIN alliance: China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. They are allied with each other against us. They're not just, they're causing trouble. They're our enemies. Let's be frank about it, okay? They're interfering with our banking system. They're going after our investment accounts. They've looted the databases of corporations in the United States electronically now, so far. What are we doing to counteract that? I argue we should be putting aid missions where the greatest threat is. For example, the OMB under Obama forced AID to close the aid mission. The aid mission is like the embassy for AID. It's where all our officers are. The mission director is the person who runs it. There was a mission in Panama. Panama has become a middle-income country. It's not a rich country, but it's middle income. They said, you don't need an aid mission. I said, the Panama Canal is there. What do you mean we don't need our mission there? We should never have left. We should have, even though it's a small country, it's of critical national importance to have control to have influence in a way that's soft power, that's not going to offend the Panamanians. The Panamanians, I went down, I'm a professor, I went down with my university, nothing to do with the U.S. government or aid, and I said, what do you think? They said, you guys come in here, you spend a few years, then you leave, and then, the Chinese, they stay here, they don't leave. They stay here all the time. You are so unreliable. That's what the term they used. You're unreliable. We shouldn't have shut that mission down because of the canal being there.
Andrew Natsios, former head of USAID, former administrator of USAID, thank you for joining.
Thank you very much.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, always live on the free Audacy app.
If an emergency happened tomorrow, would you truly be prepared? Most Americans aren't. My Patriot Supply, America's most trusted name in emergency preparedness, is offering a special discount on their Mega 3-month emergency food kit. Each kit provides over 250 calories daily for 90 days. These aren't typical survival rations. My Patriot Supply provides delicious meals and extras, including chicken, beef, real meat, fruits, and veggies. Being prepared is a state of mind. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and take advantage of this $250 discount to secure your family's future now. If you order by 3 p.m., your order will ship within the same day, so you'll be prepared in no time. That's mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother was saying he got life insurance from Ethos. With Ethos, it only took 10 minutes, and he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit getethos.com. That's getethos.com.
Sample Rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Cup of tea?
Not with my calcium oxalate stones.
But this is Veloxa Very Low Oxalate Tea from the makers of Kidney Cop. Specially formulated to keep oxalate levels at a minimum and still taste great. So, cup of tea?
Absolutely.
Discover your favorite delicious blend when you buy Veloxa Very Low Oxalate Teas on Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. That's Veloxa, Veloxa, Very Low Oxalate Teas.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Valspar products make any project easy. Valspar Exterior Stain and Sealer makes preserving your fence a breeze. Valspar Reserve makes updating the den a piece of cake.
Red velvet.
And giving your siding new life with Valspar Defense is a walk in the park. So no matter what projects are on your list, Valspar has everything you need to make it a day at the beach. Valspar, made for more. Get it at Lowe's.
When you give someone jewelry, you're showing them how special they are to you. When you give them a gift from Cozy Jewelers, you are showing them how smart and special you are. Cozy Jewelers manufacture, handpick, and hand-make 90% of their jewelry, and that is why Cozy stands out from your average jewelry store. When you need that unique piece of jewelry that makes any important occasion memorable, then Cozy Jewelers is where you need to shop. Cozy Jewelers, Newtown Square, or CozyJewelers.com.
Live in the lap of luxury at Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa during the Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Play and earn entries for your chance to win cash, free play, or a designer bag. Drawings every Saturday in February with a designer collection grand prize drawing February 22nd, valued at $10,000. Defining Luxury Designer Drawing. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old and not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, February 13th, 2025. I'm Ted Lindner, and this is the Fox News Rundown. Valentine's Day consumer spending expected to hit an all-time high this year. Fox's Jeff Manasso with the details.
Valentine's Day is set to go back to the Romans that celebrated Saint Valentine in the 3rd century. That's turned into an expensive holiday, with the National Retail Federation saying this year we'll spend about $27.5 billion on product.
This is one of the days where you'll see a lot of people popping the ring and asking to get married.
Angeli John Donjani, professor of marketing at the University of New Haven, says jewelry sales are expected to top $6.5 billion this Valentine's Day. Though barring jewelry, most of us on average will spend about $190 per person on loved ones, friends, and pets, up significantly from Valentine's spending last year. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
And a federal judge rules the Trump administration can move ahead with a buyout offer to federal workers.
A federal judge in Boston has lifted a temporary order that blocked President Trump's plan to shrink the federal workforce by offering deferred resignations. Judge George O'Toole ruled a group of labor unions does not have legal standing to challenge the program.
Fox's Jared Halper, and I'm Ted Lindner on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Ride Home with Rich Zioli. Weekdays on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, it's Nick Kayal with Dawn Stenzel, and join us at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra.
Yeah, it's Joe's story of Philly sports put to music. It's so much fun. It's Philly. Be there with us, won't you? Friday, February 21st at Westchester University. Tickets, of course, at joeconklin.com.
Meet Nick and Dawn at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st. Get your tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com.
Do you think that banking is boring? At PNC, we know that meeting the banking needs of the community is anything but boring. That's why PNC Bank geared up this year and introduced the mobile branch across the region to bring banking services to underserved neighborhoods. And long before that, PNC Community Development Banking was leading the way in investing in the economic health of our neighborhoods. To see the brilliant results that boring banking can deliver for you, stop into any PNC branch right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
The working families of Laona Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
What's better than bacon? Bacon on everything, of course. Add Hatfield bacon to every meal, from breakfast to dinner, for the perfect sizzling taste your family will love. With flavors like hardwood smoked, applewood smoked, maple brown sugar, and cuts from classic to extra thick, there's a Hatfield bacon for every recipe. Get inspired at simplyhatfield.com and discover new ways to enjoy your favorite bacon. Hatfield bacon. Find your flavor with Hatfield and put pork on your fork.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
A promise is potent, born of intention, fueled by commitment. It's seeing things through, always showing up. And we know a thing or two about promises here at Susan G. Komen. Over 40 years ago, we locked arms with you toward one vision: a world without breast cancer. By investing in life-saving research and standing up for patient rights, we are shifting the system so all people everywhere get the care they deserve. Because if you've just been diagnosed and don't know where to turn, we've got you. If you can't afford the treatment you need, we've got you. And if you are driven to raise money to honor the best friend you've just lost, we have a place for you here. Because of you, we're supporting those who need help today while tirelessly searching for tomorrow's cures. Ending breast cancer needs all of us. Visit Komen.org and be a part of the Susan G. Komen community today.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Audacy app.
Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day on Wall Street Wednesday. The Dow fell 225, the S&P 500 lost 17, but the Nasdaq rose slightly, gaining 6. Meta was up again for the 18th straight session, its 15th record close in a row. That after we got a hotter than anticipated Consumer Price Index report. Inflation for January rose at 0.5%. Only 0.3 percentage point was forecasted. The rate year-to-year was 3%, excluding food and energy. The year-to-year figure, 3.3%. Today, we'll get the latest Producer Price Index numbers, as well as the weekly details on unemployment filings and mortgage rates. Earnings reports from Hertz and Wendy's before the market opens. DraftKings and GoDaddy after the bell. And Fed Chair Jerome Powell said Wednesday, President Trump's calls for lower interest rates won't lead the Fed to change its decisions. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President Trump is calling it Biden inflation. The Consumer Price Index for January, the last month the prior president was in office, and it came in worse than expected. Prices rose 0.5% month over month. And continuing a recent trend, the annual rate of inflation increase ticked up 0.1% to 3% now, compared to January of last year. And a big factor in that, we're paying more for groceries, shelling out a lot more for eggs.
Egg prices have soared 53% in just 1 year. So what's really behind this? We have a very deadly strain of the bird flu. Prices are surging, supply is dwindling. Farmers have lost more than 46 million chickens since October.
And Fox Business Network's Lydia Hu says some stores have run out. Others are limiting how many eggs we can buy. And with inflation creeping back up, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell told Congress in 2 days of testimony this week they don't know when another interest rate cut is coming.
We do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance. We know that reducing policy restraint too fast or too much could hinder progress on inflation.
But overall, Powell told lawmakers,
we're in a pretty good place with this economy.
That could change, though, if prices keep going up and up.
So the report that we got yesterday was troubling.
Doug Holtz-Eakin is president of the American Action Forum, a center-right think tank. He used to be director of the Congressional Budget Office during President George W. Bush's first term.
I think the real focus has been on the core inflation because it strips out the volatile food and energy prices. That's not because you don't pay them, you do, but the core is the best predictor of the future level of total inflation. And so the core is running at 3.3, up from 3.2, but the real bad news in this is that the continued bad news that while the Fed has brought down inflation remarkably from a peak of 9.1%, progress has stalled over the past 6 months. They've made no further progress in getting to the 2% target, and now it's creeping in the wrong direction. And so that's a pretty troubling report.
We've had a bunch of interest rate cuts back in 2024. Now we don't know what we're going to get in 2025. President Trump, he posted on Truth Social on Wednesday morning that interest rates should be lowered. Where are you on rates?
I thought the Fed cut too quickly and too big. So I've been a little more hawkish than the Fed has even been, because we have seen this kind of a pattern before where inflation comes down initially at a fairly rapid pace, but then it's sticky. People always compare it to the diet where losing the last 5 pounds is the hardest. I certainly don't think they should cut any more right now.
The core, why is it continuing to creep up? What's the underlying factor there?
The underlying factor there is shelter inflation, which remains very high. So if you look at shelter inflation, it's running about 4.5% a year. So rents and the cost of homeownership, that's really driving the core. And we had a bad month of January on all fronts. So shelter grew at a nearly 6% rate in January. Energy prices jumped sharply. Again, we're back to eggs, talking about eggs.
Huge surge in prices of the eggs. I mean, they've gone up 53% year over year. That's I understand the underlying reason for that with the bird flu and millions of chickens have had to be destroyed. That's hard to change that course of inflation, isn't it?
Yes, there's things you can change, and that is things like the excessive spending of the Biden administration. You can change that. A Fed policy that was far too loose for far too long in the aftermath of the pandemic, you can change that. But when you get less supply, there's very little you can do. We just can't create more chickens overnight, and that's going to keep prices high. It's always supply problems are always the worst.
You know, there have been a lot of concern also about inflation. President Trump has imposed some tariffs on China. He is going to impose in March 25% tariffs on steel and aluminum, all imports from all countries, no exemptions. And there may still be tariffs on goods that we get from Mexico and from Canada. What do you think of the tariffs?
Tariffs are taxes on the consumption of goods brought in from abroad. I'm not a big fan of taxes, so I don't think these have any great merits. The steel and aluminum tariffs, for example, we have seen this movie before. The claim is that it will increase employment in the steel industry in the United States, expand production in the United States. That was the argument that was made in 2001 when I worked at the White House with George W. Bush, and he imposed steel tariffs. Didn't work then, didn't work in 2018. It's not going to work in 2025.
Why then would the president says he loves tariffs, and he thinks they are effective. Obviously, he wants a lot of them. So if he can be right on this, and he certainly believes he is, could be a big benefit, right?
The benefit would have to be those tariff walls allow more Americans to work in those industries, increase incomes and production in those industries. And if that happened, then it might be, quote, worth it. But I'm skeptical on the steel and aluminum front.
The president is also pushing for an extension of his tax cuts. Certainly, that's a big Republican attempt in Congress. They control the House. They control the Senate. They have the White House. You studied tax policy a lot when you were the director of the CBO in the Bush White House. What do you think of the Trump tax cut extension?
So point number one is, if you fail to do it, you raise taxes on Americans by $425 billion in 2026, which is a recipe for the economy to go sideways, if not go into a recession. So that needs to be avoided. There's no question about that. Both sides of the political spectrum ought to understand and agree on that. Then there's the question of, what are the merits of the 2017 tax reform? And I think it has been an enormously successful reform. In the years leading up to 2017, we lost the headquarters of about 5 American companies every year. There are pitched battles over those so-called inversions. We haven't lost a single headquarters since. And one company that was thinking about leaving at the time it passed came back. So it's been an enormous success. The investments taking place in the United States, the patents and other intellectual property are being kept in the United States. I just don't see how you can throw that overboard.
Democrats have said that the Trump tax cuts just benefited the wealthy, but in truth, a majority of Americans did see their taxes go down as a result of the 2017 tax cuts, correct?
Yes, and the Democrats' arithmetic begins and ends with the government. We take your money, we give you some money, you say thank you. Our arithmetic should begin with, what does the economy do? Because that's where the bulk of people's standard of living comes from. How much are they making? How many hours did they get to work? What's their opportunity to advance in their career? And all of those metrics got better after the 17 tax cut. So I think it's hard to argue that it was somehow a failure and only benefited the rich.
So let's get to the spending that is a big focus now. Certainly since President Trump returned to the White House, he has Elon Musk by his side, the Department of Government Efficiency. Democrats call it out of control, and they're filing all these lawsuits trying to block attempts to get into the federal agencies. Elon Musk says they can cut the deficit, which is around $2 trillion now. Not the debt, which is 36. We can get into that. The deficit in half. Do you think that's possible as someone who ran the Congressional Budget Office?
No, I don't think so. The federal government paid about $300 billion in personnel costs in the most recent year. Suppose Elon Musk is successful in taking out half of that. It's $150 billion. The deficit's $2 trillion. So you aren't close to half. And at the same time he's doing that, we're going to spend $150 billion more on defense and border security. So to really make progress, you've got to cut spending and only cut spending, not add it elsewhere.
But they talk about waste and abuse and fraud and getting that out. Is that enough?
It's a good thing to do. We shouldn't waste money. There shouldn't be fraud, but that's not enough to balance the budget. There's the reality is that more than one half of all non-interest spending by the federal government over the next 10 years will be just Social Security and Medicare, those two programs. They're enormous. They're growing very, very rapidly, 7% a year for Medicare, 5.5% for Social Security. You have to have those programs grow more slowly. That, in the end, is the budgetary goal, and that's off limits right now. We're not addressing that, so we won't make real progress.
We never seem to really address those two things.
Agreed.
Do we? Why? I mean, I know they always say it's the third rail. Is that still the case?
It better not be, and here's why. Everyone acknowledges that Social Security, as it's currently structured, the trust fund will run out of money within 10 years, at which point benefits would have to be cut. Now, no one expects that to happen. Congress will do something. But that means that somewhere in the next 10 years, that so-called third rail will be touched, and there will be changes. It's inevitable. And you don't know what those changes are, and I don't know what those changes are. And most importantly, someone who's 55 and thinking about retiring in 10 years doesn't know what their benefit's going to be. That's a terrible way to run a pension program.
The Congressional Budget Office, as Republicans now have control of the House and Senate, and they try to do all this work on the federal budget, how important is the CBO, and what exactly, for people who don't really pay much attention, what exactly does the CBO do to help lawmakers?
The CBO has two main tasks. Task number one is finding out how much any bill being considered in the House or the Senate will cost the federal government or save the federal government, so-called scoring. If we do this, how does it change the tax revenue coming in and the spending going out, so that Congress can keep track of their progress and be able to compare alternative ways of doing business, get more savings this way or that way. So that's the main thing that it does. It doesn't ever make any policy recommendations. It doesn't say you should do this, but to help lawmakers with ideas, it will do studies at their request.
How's the track record, though, of the estimates versus the reality?
The track record is, I think, quite good. It's easy to find places where the CBO was way off. I did the prescription drug bill. We were off by 25%. And that mistake comes from a couple of sources. Probably the biggest is Congress changes its mind a lot and tinkers with legislation after it's passed, and it turns out differently than you thought. The economy doesn't do what you thought. You have a recession, things cost differently.
Back to inflation. As we go through the year, you're someone who does analyze and project. Do you think that we will, by the end of 2025, still have inflation's annual rate rising, or do you think we'll get it back down?
I think the Fed will keep inflation from rising substantially. I think it's well equipped to do that. We've seen it raise rates and successfully combat inflation. What is harder is getting down to the 2% target without slowing the economy dramatically. And that remains the unfinished task. They haven't gotten to 2, and the fear is that as they sort of get more and more anxious about getting to 2, they lean too hard and you get a recession. So I'm wary always on inflation. It was the primary economic problem when I was trained as an economist back in the 70s and 80s. The price of getting that inflation out of the economy was enormous, and I don't want to go back to those kinds of problems again.
Doug Holtz-Eakin, president of the American Action Forum, former Congressional Budget Office director under President George W. Bush from 2003 to 2005. Thank you very much for joining us.
Well, thank you. Appreciate being on.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Switch to Consumer Cellular and get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. But don't just take our word for it. Here's Jackie and Veronica, real customers.
I didn't know that I could get something for a lot less money that was actually better than who I was with before.
Anytime anybody complains about their cell phone bill, we say, you've got to check out Consumer Cellular.
Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Just call or click to see how much you can save today. Because when it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit ConsumerCellular.com. That's 1-888-FREEDOM or ConsumerCellular.com today. Real people pay to share their opinions in this ad. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
If an emergency happened tomorrow, would you truly be prepared? Most Americans aren't. My Patriot Supply, America's most trusted name in emergency preparedness, is offering a special discount on their Mega 3-month emergency food kit. Each kit provides over 250 calories daily for 90 days. These aren't typical survival rations. My Patriot Supply provides delicious meals and extras, including chicken, beef, real meat, fruits, and veggies. Being prepared is a state of mind. Go to mypatriotsupply.com and take advantage of this $250 discount to secure your family's future now. If you order by 3 p.m., your order will ship within the same day, so you'll be prepared in no time. That's mypatriotsupply.com. mypatriotsupply.com.
Dawn Stensland here. Have you thought about being part of the electrified era with a new all-electric vehicle? Whether you're looking for the new Honda Prologue or Acura ZDX, the award-winning Hyundai Ioniq 5, or the luxurious Genesis GV60, my friends at the Piazza Auto Group have you covered. Oh, we can't forget about the spacious Volkswagen ID4 or the thrilling Nissan Ariya. With available tax credits, complimentary charging options, and low finance rates, visit your local Piazza dealer now, piazzaautogroup.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
As we all continue to hear scary ads about the IRS, Tax Relief Advocates is leading the way, showing U.S. taxpayers why they don't need to be afraid of the IRS. Whether you owe the IRS $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, TRA has a solution. With major tax relief initiatives currently in effect, we could reduce or even eliminate what you owe to the IRS, business or personal. Our experts know how to resolve tax problems and end all collections. TRA is America's highly rated tax resolution firm with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of 5-star Google reviews. Don't wait. You may qualify for a significant tax debt reduction that can give you a fresh start, but you must call. For a free consultation and to check what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call our relief hotline at 800-336-2815. 800-336-2815. Again, that's 800-336-2815. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. The Trump administration can move ahead now with a buyout offer to federal workers. Fox's Jared Halpern explains.
A federal judge in Boston has lifted a temporary order that blocked President Trump's plan to shrink the federal workforce by offering deferred resignations. Judge George O'Toole ruled a group of labor unions does not have legal standing to challenge the program.
Now, a Department of Government Efficiency subcommittee hearing Wednesday turned into a debate about its leader, Elon Musk. Fox's Aisha Hosni.
Democrats spent 2 hours questioning why the DOGE leader wasn't at the hearing, why DOGE isn't looking into Musk's contracts, and whether Musk has the legal authority to dig into federal departments in the first place. Republicans say Democrats just don't want to face the waste they're responsible for.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
The Alex Bregman era in Houston has come to an end. According to multiple reports, Bregman is heading to the Red Sox on a 3-year, $120 million deal that includes 2 opt-outs. The 2-time All-Star will be reunited with manager Alex Cora, who coached him in Houston. The question now becomes where Bregman plays in the field, as the Red Sox already have 3-time All-Star Rafael Devers at third base. The move to Boston brings Bregman's highly successful time in Houston to a close, where Bregman was a major part of teams that made the ALCS in 7 straight seasons and won 2 World Series championships. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
Netflix can own the final week of the season if they want to. They could also own the international series if they want to. Because when they add this extra game, and I have said this for 2 years now, they are going to have every single team playing international football every single year. That's going to be the extra game. There's going to be millions that the players will make off of it through the salary cap. Billions will be earned, as usual, by the NFL. And Netflix is taking over sports. This would be a huge chunk and a huge hit to other platforms that are, networks, broadcasters that are saying, let's keep it on the broadcast TV. Well, you still have yours, but the NFL will be everywhere. And Netflix, I think, would be smart to jump in and own the final week, the playoff push. The playoffs really begin that week. This was a down year for that with only, 2 or 3 games that mattered. Netflix could own wild card week 1 of what would be the final week of the regular season.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
So, what's the asking price on these houses?
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. Each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're signing up or hitting snooze on some financial newsletters, scrolling through your socials that all seem to be saying the same thing, or getting together with your neighbors at a cookout to game plan college funds, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
The only thing worse than hiring no law firm after your injury is hiring the wrong law firm. And there are so many of them. When thousands of people call us every year asking to help them change law firms and hire us instead, I wonder why they ever called the other firm in the first place. They were smart to switch before it was too late. You only get one day in court. You know who has the resources and results to fight to handle your claim. And the big insurance company on the other side, they know it too. They know us well. You have to know when to hold them, know when to fold them, and know when to walk away. Walk our way. When you're fighting to get what you deserve, it's go big or go home. We are big for a reason, which is why we've recovered over $9 billion for our clients. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
All right, you said bye-bye to big government and you want limited government. You voted for that. Well, now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. If you are still using the big carriers, Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, I ask, why are you doing that? Because my cell phone company, Pure Talk, a veteran-owned company, gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers. You get the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and they're based here in the U.S., and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. And that's right. There's simply no need to spend $85, $100 a month per person on your wireless bill. Not when you can get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. And by the way, the average family of four saves about $1,000 a year with Pure Talk. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250. You say the keyword save now. Do it now. You save an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 keyword save now from our friends at Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-668-6655. That's 800-668-6655. Again, that's 800-668-6655.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Man, I'm in a slump. My energy took a nosedive out of nowhere, and I just don't have the motivation to get things done.
You're over 40. Could be lower testosterone. Have you tried Nugenix Total T?
Nugenix, the testosterone booster on TV?
That's right. Look, I felt the same plunge in my energy after I turned 40, so I tried out Nugenix to see if it would help me.
Did Nugenix make a difference for you?
Night and day. My stamina's way up now. I'm building lean muscle at the gym. I'm totally back on my game. And you could be too. Just send a text to Nugenix. They'll send you a complimentary bottle so you can try it for yourself.
Text LEAP to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text LEAP to 321-321. That's LEAP to 321-321. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
As we all continue to hear scary ads about the IRS, Tax Relief Advocates is leading the way, showing U.S. taxpayers why they don't need to be afraid of the IRS. Whether you owe the IRS $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, TRA has a solution. With major tax relief initiatives currently in effect, we could reduce or even eliminate what you owe to the IRS, business or personal. Our experts know how to resolve tax problems and end all collections. TRA is America's highly rated tax resolution firm with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and thousands of 5-star Google reviews. Don't wait. You may qualify for a significant tax debt reduction that can give you a fresh start. But you must call. For a free consultation and to check what tax relief you qualify for, visit TRA.com or call our relief hotline at 800-336-2815. 800-336-2815. Again, that's 800-336-2815. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Audacy app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, February 13th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Audacy app, and of course streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube. As we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Counting down to the parade.
Yeah.
On Valentine's Day.
You'll be heading down to what they're saying is going to be like Woodstock 2025. Poles will be greased. People will be doing stupid things. Guys will be shotgunning beers, and Dawn will be in the front and center of it all.
Yes.
Gregory, how are you, sir?
The most interesting thing I think is going to be the people who sleep out overnight there and who are there at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
So I'm way more interested in the people wearing diapers at Eaton's Oval down by the Art Museum than I am the parade itself.
Ew.
I'll watch it from the comforts of my television.
We're in diapers. They have porta potties. They said.
Yeah?
They put them up. You can
They
see
do?
them.
They're
Can you imagine what those porta potties are going to look like on the inside if you have to relieve yourself?
They're telling SEPTA riders to be patient.
Oh,
Yes.
yeah.
Like really patient.
You could have stopped with they're telling SEPTA riders.
Because from what so SEPTA will be free, right? Well,
Not the regional rails, though.
Yes.
It gets complicated.
SEPTA is free because of sponsors, but regional rail, and they're only running from 4:30 to like 10:50 or something a.m.
Yeah.
In the morning, and then after the parade.
Limited window.
Yeah. It's gonna be a S show.
Yeah. Oh, we got a lot to get to this morning on the program. It was a whirlwind Wednesday. Levitt, Tulsi, Hegseth on the Hill. There's probably 5 stories that just happened alone on Capitol Hill. We'll highlight some of the big moments from yesterday in the Big Take. Also, a couple of Obama podcast bros, former Obama aides. One who looks like Doogie Howser. The other one looks like Kevin from the Wonder Years. And I don't know who the third guy is. But they were all lamenting the fact that they didn't pull out the whole DOGE concept when they had the opportunity to do so for 8 years. We'll talk about that. Also, is Pam Bondi upholding federal law, or is she doing exactly what she said she would not do as the new Attorney General? We'll talk about that. Also this morning, Saquon Barkley does not understand the Taylor Swift hatred. Interesting commentary. The flu is officially now more deadly than COVID. And an awful story about J.D. Vance's 12-year-old relative that is denied potentially life-saving care because of her vaccination status.
It's a sin.
We'll talk about it all this morning.
By the way, RFK Jr. is set to be confirmed at 10:30 this morning.
Yeah. Linda McMahon at 10 o'clock. Very interesting that Vince was let off the hook a few days ago.
Yeah, it is.
Is he still rocking that weird mustache that makes him look like an Italian painter?
He was at the Super Bowl with
Was he?
Shane O'Mac.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Little father-son trip.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
All right, let's get down to it. There's a lot of developing stories and news. We've got weather, probably a bunch of shootings, a.k.a. shootings. Sorry, bad Austin Powers joke. I'll get out of the way. 6:04, round number one of the news. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. This rainy, foggy Thursday, February 13th. We are sponsored in the news by D&K Appliances. 37 degrees now, but I'll tell you when the warm-up begins. So in the news, Philadelphia police releasing these images of these most wanted suspects accused of assaulting police officers as police search for these two guys accused of attacking an officer during the Eagles Super Bowl celebrations in Center City that happened last Sunday night. So it happened just before 11 p.m. Broad and Chestnut Streets. The suspect struck the officer in the head as the officer was on a motorcycle monitoring the crowds. One suspect, they say, and you can see their images, they're posted all over. We can post it, we can tweet it out or X it out too. But the one guy is wearing a Devontae Smith jersey and the other dressed in all black. So they're asking if you recognize these suspects, if you know who did that. 215-686-8477, which is 686-TIPS. It's the Crime Stoppers tip line.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But we talked about it this time around. They made a lot of arrests, and they're charging everybody, I think, appropriately with things like aggravated assault.
Yeah, nice to see.
So
no complaints here.
Yeah, so we have that one going on today as they search for those two guys. We have on the main line in the suburbs these two clerks, two women, at a district court. This is Lower Merion. They're accused by authorities of just pocketing nearly $7,500 in fines that were paid by drivers. You know, when you pay for your speeding ticket or parking violations, other issues, and then some of them dismiss the cases to actually avoid suspicion. So we're getting this from the Montgomery County Prosecutor's Office, and they say these crimes are going to be personally, the DA, Kevin Steele, who we know, is prosecuting these, that they diverted the money meant for state-run funds that would support individuals like emergency workers and spared negligent drivers, including those driving without a license or maybe even driving without insurance, which, as you know, that's a big one and brings in a big fine. Mm-hmm. So the two people the individuals accused, 58-year-old Lisa Chopa and 55-year-old Patricia Althouse, they are charged with theft, tampering with public records, a whole slew of other related crimes in connection with the scheme. And police and investigators, this is Lower Merion, again, Montgomery County, say they ran this all the way from, about 10 months of last year. That's when they were accused of running that little scam.
You know, if you just got a job, you wouldn't have to spend 10 months stealing $7,500. You could have eclipsed that number big time if you actually just, perhaps got a job or found a skill you were good at. Assuming that these people are unemployed, but...
No, that's just the case. That one is the court's senior clerk and office supervisor.
Oh, it's happening internally.
It's allegedly an inside job.
Oh, okay.
So the one woman is the court's senior clerk. You know, like when you go and they say, all right, we won't give you... we'll lessen the charges, but you still have to pay the $80 fine because they want the cash.
Right, no points or on your license, but just they want the cash. Yeah.
So no, these were individuals who were trusted, who were well known, and like I say, the court's senior clerk and office supervisor, so a managerial position, and then the other suspect charged, the other woman is a clerk working beneath her. So they were directing employees in the office to give the boss, if you will, the manager in the office, the cash payments from all those traffic citations and issue people handwritten receipts.
Ah. It's like Lloyd and Dumb and Dumber. Here's a bunch of IOUs in a suitcase. If we've had Kevin Steele in the studio, we've had him on the shows, for the bike ride. He's a big bike rider for the Bend to the Shore tour. I might shoot Kevin a text and be like, do you need a personal Montgomery County DOGE? I'll head that up. Pro bono, actually.
Yeah, so this is one, they're charged and they're saying that they're throwing the book at these two women.
Good.
It's funny to me, every one of these cases, and it seems like we've had a bunch over the past year or two, they're all women, and these suspects or those convicted, all women.
It's just confirming my suspicion that men are the superior gender.
Or that you should watch out for me because maybe I'm the one that everybody thinks is the nice mom who would never steal.
Well, I mean,
do you know what I mean?
The grammar jar is still loaded with cash, so we're working on the honor system here.
But we've got that going on.
Right.
Well, we have a federal. Are you talking about Tulsi in your big take?
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit.
So the big headline is Tulsi is in. How about that? Federal judge, or excuse me, this U.S. Senate, I should say, has confirmed former Representative Lieutenant Colonel Tulsi. I have to say Lieutenant Colonel because do you notice we're the only ones who says Lieutenant Colonel in the Army?
Is that right?
In the media, in the mainstream media, it just seems as if they call her a former rep or a former representative.
Former
Why?
Representative, yeah.
You know?
Did anybody else notice yesterday that she was dressed like Cruella de Vil from 101 Dalmatians?
Or that she looks like Rogue.
Yeah, she looked very villainous yesterday. It was a very attractive look. I was in.
No, I think Trump was thrilled. And Trump probably also thrilled by the fact that a federal judge in Boston, Massachusetts, clearing the way for federal workers to accept those buyouts. So 73,000 workers, that's the number that we're given, that 73,000 federal workers have accepted the buyout, and this means 8 months full pay. I know that there was another lawsuit filed late, so maybe we'll see how this is being tested once again. But as of this point, 73,000 workers accepting it. The union speaking out, saying that this is wrong, and as well saying to the workers and telling other workers, you're not going to get the money. You're not going to get the full 8 months pay until next October 1st. So that's the claim on that one. So we have that one going on. The big story for us here, and I know we'll talk about this a lot today, but just pay attention, especially for morning and afternoon commuters, because the road closures, because the city is preparing for 1 million at least people to come and celebrate the Eagles, the champions, the championship, Eagles! Big parade. So even though the parade does not begin officially until 11 a.m., those road closures, many roads and streets across Philadelphia, I know including Kelly Drive, they begin this evening.
So are we going to have an issue getting into our setup tomorrow, whether it's you, Dawn, or us here at the studio?
No.
Okay.
I usually when they close things down around Aikens Oval or the Art Museum for these types of events, even if you're stopped by police, let's say on Kelly Drive, that you show your pass.
Let me just give you a piece of advice, Miss Stendlin, Miss Foreman. It's before the show starts. You might want to give yourself a little time tomorrow to make sure you know where you're going, get yourself situated, so we can.
Yes, sir.
So you're right here at 6 a.m. to give us news.
I'm always.
We
start
at 6 a.m. Thank you.
I'm also thinking about it when we get done at 10 o'clock, right? Because we're going to be close to the parade officially starting. And for all of us at 2400 Market, I mean, it's 2 or 3 little quick left-hand turns and a right-hand turn, and we're back on the interstate.
You'll be fine.
Because they love to shut it down right by the train station.
Yes.
You ever notice that little intersection is always shut down when there's something going on?
There might be detours, but you'll get out of the city. Relax.
I'm just gonna floor it. Get out of the way.
Yeah, I don't think you'll have trouble getting out. I think that for people coming into the city after 10 a.m., that'll be rough.
Yeah.
I think that one will be rough.
1 million people, huh?
That's what they're saying they're preparing for.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's gonna be more.
Oh my.
I mean, a Friday on a holiday weekend.
Oh.
This is going to be, and this one. There's a lot of notice. The one in 18, it was like they won, and then like 2 days later was the parade.
Friday, Valentine's Day, Monday, President's Day.
This is 5 days later.
Right. I mean, there's probably a lot of people out there that are off Thursday through Tuesday of next week, pretty much from today until Tuesday.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, because of President's Day holiday. Got that.
Yep.
Hey, we are sponsored by D&K Appliances, family-owned and operated, offers industry-leading brands like Bosch, GE Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and more. Their staff are local experts guiding you through all the sales, delivery, installation, as well as service. Visit D&K Appliances in Newtown Square and Flourtown or dkappliances.com. So yes, Sixers lost again, by the way, 5th in a row, 196.
Good God.
And
Good God.
55 degrees. And
Got it. Send in Doge. Send in Doge for them.
I try to sneak that one in, as it's so depressing. But so Maxey and Embiid didn't even play last night.
Shocking.
Yeah.
But today, 55 degrees, and the rain and fog will clear. We'll see a peak of the sun, but 39, a little bit breezy, but very sunny tomorrow for the big parade. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:14 Thursday morning. Let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Bank. Take it or leave it. A winning Wednesday on the Hill. You know, the news cycle these days is ever changing. Headlines are rising every minute. Lead stories changing by the hour. Trump has 4 years, but you would think that this administration has 4 months with the warp speed in which they are operating. The Democrats and the media, they can barely keep up with the talking points like constitutional crisis or Elon Musk is the co-president. It's chaos. It's chaotic. Before Trump, DOGE, ICE, and the rest of Trump's staff are 2 stories ahead in the news cycle against their tag team rivals. And yesterday was no different. As confirmations were happening and progress was being made at a dizzying rate, MSNBC and the lamestream media, they were still falling all over themselves about Elon Musk bringing his kid to work and dubbing him the actual president of the country. Listen and watch this.
Elon Musk and his co-president Donald Trump have spent the first 3 weeks of their presidency attempting a full assault on the separated powers of the Constitution.
He seems to be acting as Trump's co-commander-in-chief.
And that Elon Musk is acting like a co-president.
Trump's billionaire co-president.
He's operating as a co-president, and he was elected by no one.
Elon Musk, as his co-president, fielding questions alongside him in the Oval Office.
It was striking to see Musk standing, the attention of the room seemingly oriented around him.
And the person who is helping him do that stood over Donald Trump in the White House today, thereby delivering a picture of presidential subservience, the likes of which we have never seen.
The scene itself was bizarre. You had Musk in his MAGA hat, dressed all in black, a long coat that looked almost like a cape.
It's just remarkable. While they are all slobbering over themselves with Trump and Musk and Little X, Trump and his administration have already hammered out 2 or 3 executive orders, brokering peace deals. Now Trump and his staff trying to fix the world of golf. It's unbelievable. Here's White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt responding to the press about Elon Musk and his role within the administration. Listen and watch.
Does Elon Musk have power of the presidency?
Absolutely not.
Right.
That's a ridiculous question.
I asked that question because, the Democrats have been hurling insults at Elon Musk, hurling attacks, calling him President Musk. Most recently, Jamie Raskin, the congressman, took it a step further, calling for Musk's impeachment, saying that he somehow usurped the power of the presidency. What's your response?
It's utterly ridiculous. Elon Musk addressed this in the Oval Office yesterday. The president addressed it as well. Elon Musk is serving at the pleasure of the president, just like everybody else on this team. He takes directives directly from the president of the United States. And I think some of the comments that you referred to are nothing more than a failed attempt from the media and from Democrats to try to sow division in this White House. We saw them do it in the first term. We're not going to let them do it in the second term. This is a unified team who is working at the pleasure of the president to do what's right for the American people.
Caroline Leavitt holding court at 27 years old. Before taking questions, however, the White House press secretary extinguished the left's latest DNC talking point, that being the phrase constitutional crisis. Listen and watch.
Now, before I take questions, I would like to address an extremely dishonest narrative that we've seen emerging over the past few days. Many outlets in this room have been fear-mongering the American people into believing there is a constitutional crisis taking place here at the White House. I've been hearing those words a lot lately. But in fact, the real constitutional crisis is taking place within our judicial branch, where district court judges in liberal districts across the country are abusing their power to unilaterally block President Trump's basic executive authority. We believe these judges are acting as judicial activists rather than honest arbiters of the law. And they have issued at least 12 injunctions against this administration in the past 14 days, often without citing any evidence or grounds for their lawsuits. This is part of a larger concerted effort by Democrat activists and nothing more than the continuation of the weaponization of justice against President Trump.
And whether it's constitutional crisis or words like chaos and chaotic, Americans aren't being distracted this time around by the Democrats and their hissy fits and stink bombs. From Tulsi to Pete Hegseth to Trump with resolutions in Russia. It was a very busy day yesterday, and we begin with the Director of National Intelligence because it's official. Tulsi Gabbard is in. From being under surveillance by the Biden administration to now controlling national intelligence. Quite the turnaround for Tulsi Gabbard. The Senate confirming her yesterday, 52-46. Only one Republican voted no. Who would that be? Well, that would be Mitch McConnell, the same man who has been freezing up, falling down, needing wheelchairs and walkers to get into government vehicles. That Mitch McConnell. The Republican poster boy for term limits. Pennsylvania's John Fetterman has voted for some of Donald Trump's selections, but he was also a no for Gabbard as well. Fetterman also voted no to Pete Hegseth, despite a long private sit-down conversation together. But that didn't derail Pete Hegseth, the new boss of the Pentagon, laying out the framework yesterday for what Ukraine will and won't get in their battle with Russia and what their future with NATO looks like. Listen and watch.
We want, like you, a sovereign and prosperous Ukraine. But we must start by recognizing that returning to Ukraine's pre-2014 borders is an unrealistic objective. Chasing this illusionary goal will only prolong the war and cause more suffering. A durable peace for Ukraine must include robust security guarantees to ensure that the war will not begin again. This must not be Minsk 3.0. That said, the United States does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of a negotiated settlement. Instead, any security guarantee must be backed by capable European and non-European troops. If these troops are deployed as peacekeepers to Ukraine at any point, they should be deployed as part of a non-NATO mission, and they should not be covered under Article 5.
So to recap, Mr. Zelensky, no return to your 2014 borders, no NATO membership, no U.S. troops in Ukraine, and no more American bankrolling of your military ventures. This is what we've all been asking for, and this is how it's done. Peace through strength. But I also believe Trump's ability to massage egos like Putin and Xi is what makes him good at brokering these deals. He kind of knows how to stroke these maniacs, and he doesn't care if the media claims that he's their puppet because it's actually the other way around when you think about it. And in regards to Russia-Ukraine, Trump posted the following on Truth Social yesterday saying, quote, "We want to stop the millions of deaths taking place in the war with Russia and Ukraine. President Putin even used my word very strongly, my campaign motto of common sense. We both believe very strongly in it. We agreed to work together very closely, including visiting each other's nations. We have also agreed to have our respective teams to start negotiations immediately, and we will begin by calling President Zelensky to inform him of the conversation, something which I will be doing right now." End quote. Russia invaded Ukraine, hard to believe, almost 3 years ago, February 24th, 2022. We're just about 11 days away, a mere week and a half from a 3-year-long war with America's involvement. Biden couldn't end it. Would anybody be shocked if it's over in the next 12 days? A ceasefire at any moment? We already had the ceasefire in the Middle East. Breaking news earlier this morning, Hamas has agreed to release all of the hostages leading up to Trump's Saturday noon deadline. It's pretty remarkable if you think about it. The only thing for the media to pick at right now, beyond once they get past the whole DOGE concept, is the economy. And of course, yesterday, they were. Inflation up for January, even though Donald Trump was in charge for all of 9 days. So, of course, it's his fault. More on that in the coming days, weeks, and months until the results begin to occur. But it was also a good day for Bobby, as RFK Jr. cleared another hurdle and now sits just one vote away from taking over Health and Human Services. That coming up later this morning at 10:30 a.m. The vote yesterday going in his favor, 53-47, as he cleared the Senate, falling along party lines. His confirmation hearing, as we just mentioned, coming up this morning. But if all goes as expected, Bobby is in. And we now have two dynamics in play. The Trump team is trying to fix everything that they deem broken, as if they are leaving for good when school's out this summer. The Democrats and the media, they're fixated on creating hysteria, trying to sow division, pit Trump administration member against Trump, as they can't really pick apart the flaws in or the downside of the policies that Trump ran on and is now enacting at record speeds. They can only fearmonger. They can only shout from the hilltops as America's big shakeup continues, piece by piece, department by department, dollar for dollar, day by day. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Bank. If you are ready to drive your business and boost success, well, how about trusting a local partner? Count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. 855-839-1210, the number if you want to jump in. Let your comments rip in the YouTube chat. And, of course, also on social media at 1210 WPHT. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg back after this here on a Thursday morning on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Valspar products make any project easy. Valspar Exterior Stain and Sealer makes preserving your fence a breeze. Valspar Reserve makes updating the den a piece of cake.
Red velvet.
And giving your siding new life with Valspar Defense is a walk in the park. So no matter what projects are on your list, Valspar has everything you need to make it a day at the beach. Valspar, made for more. Get it at Lowe's.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-707-8989. 800-707-8989. 800-707-8989.
It's time to take action and take charge of your finances by saving more and spending with purpose. First Harvest Credit Union is here to help empower your financial goals. Open our growth checking account and earn as high as 2% annual percentage yield, while earning more and enjoying flexible access to funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth checking or your nearest branch to open your account or to get details. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for 85 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it. But not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at Hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to Hims.com/joy. That's Hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Keeping free speech alive. Audacy's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
It's on. Hello, hello, hello.
Oh, yeah, it's Kayal and Company. It is on 6:31 on a Thursday morning, February 13th, which, according to an exile in Jersey, is World Radio Day.
Oh, cool.
And I
Nice.
just looked it up. Today is World Radio Day.
What does that mean?
I think it's just a celebration of, I believe, the most authentic, raw, and real format left in media.
Yeah.
How about that? Pull out your radios. We love when you listen to us on the app or on YouTube. But if you want to go old school today and just pull out the radio, that would be awesome. It's amazing, too, by the way, because they get totally sidetracked here at 6:32 already, that my kids have no concept of numbers for channels on the radio, on television.
I know.
They if I said, girls, find 1210 or find one of our FM dials down the hall here for music or sports, they'd have no clue.
Well, that's a bad job out of you.
They have no idea. If it's not on an app or on a streaming service or a YouTube or an iPad, they don't know anything. Channel 3, Channel 6, Channel 10, Channel 29, numbers mean zero to them in this day and age. That's a bad job. I'm going to have a meeting with myself after the show today.
That's a bad job out of you.
Indeed. 855-839-1210. All right, Dawn. So yesterday, very busy day. Tulsi's in. Bobby's coming up today. Linda McMahon's coming up today. Zelensky comes to the realization that Pete Hegseth is drying out his slush fund, and Trump is brokering peace deals with Russia to the tune of 90-minute phone calls with Putin, and he says, oh, by the way, I'll let Zelensky know about it too as soon as I get done giving my instructions to my official Truth Social poster as she sits there and types on her laptop. Because remember, we played you the video of how Trump narrates his messages to be blasted out on social media. Your thoughts yesterday, what stood out to you highlight-wise?
Well, I think that when Mark Fogel the other night, when Trump stood with Mark Fogel, the Pennsylvania history teacher, who they negotiated this with, this release from the Russian prison after 3.5 years, I felt that Trump, you could tell by the way he was speaking and even by the way they wrote the news release, that this was much more, although on its face was wonderful and a blessing to bring him home, especially after knowing the full story of his 95-year-old mom personally saying to Trump, bring my son home, and that whole thing. So I think that's beautiful to me, that in essence, Mark Fogel can always feel that, I don't know, he suffered for 3.5 years in that prison, 400 injections of whatever, 100 days hospitalized in a Russian, prison hospital. But the fact that perhaps the negotiation involving his release helped facilitate the end of this bloody, costly war with more than 1 million casualties on both sides, which we don't talk about enough.
I know.
And Trump talks about it every single time. I mean, his whole thing is really, we want to continue this, and how many more have to die? And nobody talk. It's weird. When you think about 1 million men and boys and sons and husbands, oh my goodness.
I mean, this war started, Dawn, before this show was created. I mean, that's how long this thing has been going on now. February of 2022, I hadn't even flown up here for an interview. That's how long that this ridiculous fight has gone on for. I mean, I wasn't even talking. I wasn't even in this format at that point.
But WPHT was here.
Yes,
for the record.
Correct. It's just wild to me. And then, you look at what's happening here and I played you that montage yesterday of all the MSNBC people saying the same exact thing. Maybe that's why their ratings are so bad, because if the person that's on in the morning says the same thing with the person that's on in the middle of the day and then the afternoon and then the evening and then the primetime hours, what's the point of just rolling out the same people or different people with the same cliche and talking point?
People could say that about this station.
Well, that's true. You can say that about pretty much any format at all. But you look at this stretch run that he's on. So Fogel gets out. You have now the Associated Press about an hour ago with a breaking news headline. Hamas says it will release Israeli hostages as planned on Saturday, apparently resolving a major dispute that threatened the Gaza ceasefire deal. I mean, we could have a 12-day stretch here between now and let's just say February 24th. Russia-Ukraine is done. Israel-Hamas is done. I would say the Middle East far more likely and far further along as far as advanced steps, short of what you do with Gaza as far as the property itself, the land, and where you stick the Palestinians. But other than that, ceasefire, no more fighting, all of the Americans, all of the Jews released, all of the the Palestinian prisoners or terrorists, whatever it might be, potentially released. And then I'm watching yesterday, Trump has a meeting with the PGA Tour Commissioner Jay Monahan where they're close to getting a deal done with LIV Golf, which Trump is a business partner of, who's in bed with the Saudis running this operation. And Trump tells Rory McIlroy, I like the PGA Tour better than my own format. And by the way, Trump's golf properties host LIV Tour events. He's going to fix golf, the Middle East, and Russia, Ukraine in a 10-day stretch where Joe Biden can't even find where his dentures are to eat his chocolate chip ice cream.
Peace and prosperity.
He's working at speeds, and I'm not saying this to blow smoke up his keister. I can't even keep up. Like, I'm now writing my big takes at 5:30 instead of 3:30 because I know Trump might say something at 4:30 where everything becomes dated.
Yeah, even Don Jr. and Kai, if you watch, I don't know if you watch her little podcast, and she's so cute, but Don Jr. and his daughter Kai were on the golf cart talking about the fact that Trump just gets no sleep. They're exhausted.
It's amazing what you
They're
can
exhausted.
do.
The 17-year-old's exhausted.
If you're awake 19 hours a day, you can get a lot of things accomplished.
And I think Elon Musk is the same way.
Right.
I think a lot of the people in that administration are the same way. So,
well, Elon's hopped up on ketamine. That's probably why he doesn't sleep.
I don't know what it is, but I mean,
unbelievable.
It's wonderful though.
It is.
And then we have to watch the media as they react or just don't react.
Or don't react. That's correct.
So watch for your live golf thing. Watch them today. Wait for it. They'll say, "Oh, look at this. He's talking about golf, and he has a personal interest. This is a conflict."
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's what they'll say.
They'll try to spin it. You're right. I want to get to this clip. I thought this was pretty interesting. Yahoo News was the source of the story where I found this. The Obama Bros on DOGE is the headline. Some of the stuff we should have done is the quote. We'll play you the clip in a minute. Former aides to President Barack Obama admitted on an episode of Pod Save America that they should have done, quote, some of the stuff President Donald Trump is doing with the Department of Government Efficiency. When discussing DOGE's initiatives to cut federal spending, the, quote, Obama Bros admitted to lamenting their situation. John Lovett, former Obama speechwriter, implied, quote, he didn't know that they could make government so efficient, and goes on to say a bunch of other things. We're going to play this for you now. Phil Almquist, if you could, clip K1.
And also, as much as I want to throw all of Trump's campaign promises in his face, like the price of eggs is not down, you have not ended the war in Ukraine, et cetera, you said he'd do it in 24 hours. I think most voters get that it was a shtick, and they're going to give him some time to actually get things done.
Trump is he is moving so fast. They are doing a lot. It's not just the perception of it. They hit the ground running in a serious way. It's like genuinely impressive in a dark and sinister way, but it's nonetheless impressive. And if you're turning on the news every day and hearing about all these different things Trump is doing and all the different criticisms coming out of it, you may not like all of it, but like in comparison to how people felt about Joe Biden being basically absent, I imagine for a lot of people it's a welcome change.
The energy, and he's signing things, and he's affecting all that. I think that is playing extraordinarily well.
It's like you don't want to seem like you're opposed to government efficiency, but obviously now they're just rampaging through like the government Venmo and shutting it off left and right.
I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just lamenting our situation.
Me too. No, I love it. I felt the same way because I've seen the messaging memos, and it's like, you know, the young people, Gen Z, they like DOGE and what Elon's doing because, you know, they see government as sclerotic and inefficient, and they like the move fast and break things ethos, and they want to get stuff done, and they like the results. And it's like, yes, of course, we all want that. We all know that government is slow. We all know that government can be inefficient. We all know that the bureaucracy can be bloated. We all worked in the White House. We tried to reorganize the government. We tried to find efficiency. It's hard to do.
And honestly, some of this is pretty annoying because it's some of the stuff we should have done.
Right, yeah.
You could do some of this.
You just got to talk Gen Z to them. You're like, I could dig these Doja Cats. Okay?
Oh my God. That was horrible.
Oh no.
So pretty interesting that you've got three guys that are pro-Obama and relatively anti-Trump saying, yeah, you're right, it's not a right-wing media talking point that no, the Trump administration did hit the ground running on day one and they are operating at warp speed. But it's the old adage, when there's a will, there's a way. Like, you can sit there and lament the fact that, we tried to do it, or we should have done a little bit more. Obama wanted to kind of clean out the bureaucracy. No, he didn't. I mean, the guy was basically the president for 3 terms, his 8 years plus Joe Biden's 4 years. We know Joe wasn't calling the shots. And you just have to have the gumption to try to do what Elon and Trump are doing now. And I was having this conversation with my mother-in-law last night. She was actually very cordial. She was actually low-key. She was
That's good.
Yeah,
Something's up.
She might be dying. I don't know.
Oh,
I don't know. Maybe she just wants to suck up to me in her own weird way because it kills her to admit that Trump won. And she was like, well, I was getting these emails, from the I get these little email updates from the morning call. I'm like, all right, so you're getting your news from the morning call. I got you. I'm jotting this down. She's like, what? She goes, I'm like, nothing. She goes, no, I can sense the sarcasm. I'm like, well, you're going to talk to me about Trump based on what the Allentown Morning Call wrote in the newspaper. Okay, but that's fine. So she's talking about it, and she goes, now, granted, I only read a couple of paragraphs, and I could be way off here. It's her way of diffusing so that if I give her the actual reality, we don't get into a shouting match. And she's saying, I like what he's doing with blah, 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 blah. And then she says to me about Russia and Ukraine, she goes, I just want to know if he gets this deal accomplished. I want to know what Trump got out of this deal. What did Trump benefit from this? And I'm thinking, like, is this your way of still arguing with me over Trump. Are you basically implying that unless you know all the specifics, that you think something shady is going on here, and you would rather see the war continue to go on as opposed to peace because Trump was able to broker it? I just look at all of this, and I told her, I said, look, DOGE can have a tremendous run for 18 months. They could trim the deficit by $1 trillion. I don't know if $2 trillion is possible, but if they accomplish 50% of their goals, that's great. But I told her, unless MAGA Republicans, and I'm not talking about rhinos, I'm not talking about the old guard GOP, unless Trump has a great 4 years, Republicans maintain control for another 4 years, and perhaps even another 4 years, it's going to take 3 or 4 terms to truly achieve what Trump wants to do, right? Because I told her this last night. I said, if Trump's one and done and a Democrat gets back in, whatever success Trump had in eliminating bureaucracy and the fourth unelected state of government, it's all going to go back to the way it used to be. So you need to have a really long stretch of power and control for this to be pulled off. And I was telling her about the Pod Save America bros, and she goes, yeah, I can't lie. He's working his ass off. I might not agree with all of it, but it's a stark contrast from the last 4 years.
That's good. To defend your mother-in-law, though.
Oh, yeah.
Trump did say the other night that, that they basically agreed to give the U.S. that, what was it, like $500 billion worth of rare earth minerals.
Yeah.
Which we need, which we could use.
Mm-hmm.
And then security in Europe.
Right.
So there is that.
Well, speaking of what those guys were actually saying was that cutting waste and fraud and spending used to be a Democrat policy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm old enough to remember Bill Clinton, Al Gore, Barack Obama, when they actually ran on cutting deficits and cutting this. There's something called receipts that we have from past Democratic administrations,
okay.
Where they actually said that this was a good thing. Roll it.
This report tells us how to cut waste,
you can see
cut red tape,
you can see the video
streamline
on YouTube, by the way.
the bureaucracy,
1997.
change procurement rules, change the personnel rules, and create a government that works better and costs less.
I've read it, and where it says the president should, the president will.
Among the 800 recommendations are eliminating 12% of the federal workforce, merging some government agencies like the FBI, the DEA, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms.
Constitutional crisis.
Of government offices outside Washington.
From the day I took office, one of the commitments that I made to the American people was that we would do a better job here in Washington in rooting out wasteful spending. We thought that it was entirely appropriate for our governments and our agencies to try to root out waste, large and small, in a systematic way. It means cutting some programs that I think are worthy, but we may not be able to afford right now. A lot of the action is in Congress and legislative, but in the meantime, we don't need to wait for Congress in order to do something about wasteful spending that's out there. We haven't seen as much action out of Congress as we'd like, and that's why we launched on our own initiative the campaign to cut waste. And we're going to keep on finding every possible way that we can do that, even if Congress is not acting. There you go.
So if you think about this, from the mid-'90s to the mid to late 2000s, Donald Trump is no different than some of the old guard Democrats. Not just on DOGE, government efficiency, the bureaucracy, but also the border, illegal aliens, things like that. Remember all those clips we played from 1996? It's so what changed, right? And this is why I try to, and Dawn, I want to get your thoughts on this. This is why I try not to engage in arguments with my mother-in-law, because I keep telling her, Trump is no different than the Democrat Party of 25, 30 years ago. You're still caught up in the old guard Republican Party and the way they operated. This is the political realignment in this country is staggering in the last 25 years. And if people are not consuming it like we do and live it and breathe it, their talking points and what both parties represent are completely outdated. It's like they're still reading from the second edition of the textbook. There's been 5 updates to that textbook in the last 25 years.
Yeah, so my answer to it is Democrats have tried, Republicans have tried. They all knew about this creepy cave. I'm embarrassed to say I didn't really know that much about it, but now I want to go to Iron Mountain.
Yeah,
Don't you want to go? They have like this underground lake.
Can we do a remote from there?
There was an article written about it from
Washington Post,
2014.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, now I've read it. I'm obsessed. And you can look at. They have their videos. Like their professional video where they take you on a tour with the guy in the golf cart. They have all that. They have this underground lake where that's how they heat and cool, and it's amazing. It's nobody wants to work there. They're miserable because they're 230 feet down and it's like dark and nasty.
They actually tell you you're not going to see sunlight. It's a good job. You'll get good pay.
It's kind of like here in our studios.
Yeah, but you're not going to see sunlight.
And it's 53 degrees. It's like. So they have to heat it, but it's always freezing cold.
Yeah, it's a little too cold for me.
I actually heard from somebody up in that area who lived a couple miles there, and they actually said that there's actually a lot of people that want to work there because the pay's good and the benefits are good. Yeah.
Well, in this case, though, because in just looking it up, Obama vowed, to your exact point, he did vow to fix it. The problem was he ended up, they wanted to computerize it. They've all known about it. He ended up hiring 200 more people.
Mm-hmm.
So created, more bureaucracy, if you will, because everything is manual. And they've said we can't add the computers. And so they just added 200 more federal employees to help with all of this. And so at this time of the Washington Post article, and this is like more than a decade ago.
Yeah.
They're saying each claim they process is $108 just to process the claim because of the person power, if you will, the manpower. So the total spending on this, I guess it's $55.8 million they spent just to add the 200 extra people more than a decade ago.
Jesus.
I mean, the maintenance of this is crazy.
Right. And there were stories, too, with the elevator not working properly.
Well, it's a mine jet. It doesn't go down 200 feet.
It's like our parking garage.
If you want to see, access something and the elevator's not working that day, you're SOL.
Right, and I'd be okay with it not working if it doesn't send me down. I would not be okay if I'm already down there wrapping up my shift.
It's creepy,
and it won't bring me back up.
There are people who swear it's haunted. There are all these stories,
Phil, I know we played it. I think we played it late in the show yesterday. Phil, do we have that video from yesterday? The video of them actually, down there. Because they did I want to say like a documentary on it or something like that.
They did, but they have the company that runs it that, we pay to lease it from.
Yeah.
They created one of those professional... Sometimes I do these, where I was like, I wish I would have had that gig. Because for a company, you do the professional tour of the thing.
Yeah.
So they have that guy.
What is it? So are we
Here at Iron Mountain.
What are we?
We provide services. We'll store, Nick Kayal will store your mother-in-law's
Here, let's roll.
historic documents.
Or her carcass.
Stop.
So if you're watching right now, you can see it on YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. Actually, can you turn on the video or can you turn on the audio? Like I'm dying to hear what they... There we go.
There it is.
The Western Pennsylvania facility is a city underground. It has many of the same things that a city would have. It has fire and rescue teams and a store.
It's an entire city.
It's a community.
Yeah.
To last 72 hours without having to refuel. As we go further and further into the labyrinth, which is the facility, we reach the data center portion.
Yeah, I don't know, guys, about working
here.
Like,
this is creepy.
There's barbed wire on top of the fence.
Yeah. The data center. These challenge points,
something happens,
and these extra gates help with security and compliance.
Although, too, if nuclear war or the end of the world happens, you're pretty safe down there.
Right. That's where Bill Gates is going to hide.
Yeah, I was just going to say.
Yeah. And all the wealthy
weather
people.
Protection and the ambient temperature of 53 degrees helps the facility
53
remain
degrees.
Cool.
There we
Iron
go.
Mountain works with their customers to design the space of their needs.
Are you guys watching Severance on Apple Plus?
Yes.
No.
This reminds me of that, doesn't it?
Steel wall.
Well, Dan Borowski said yesterday, Monster Inc.
Oh, yeah.
When they had all the door, that was a good one that he played.
For each of the power feeds that are overhead, powered with Starline bus, behind it are UPSs, separate UPSs, separate generators, and then separate power feeds coming from our grid.
How come they have
all
all
of
that
this
fencing?
design?
I know.
You're like, they can
I
shut
was just
the doors on you.
Let's kill the audio if you could, Phil. I was just going to ask, with all the fencing and then the barbed wire, if somebody that's not supposed to be in there has reached that point where they've gotten to the fence with the barbed wire, I mean, you
Because
might
they're
as
going
well
to
just let them
close
go.
you off with like the flesh-eating monster thing. They're going to close you off, and then you'll be like cheese against that grate.
A lot of great questions here on the YouTube chat. Lisa asks, "Are there no stairs to get out? Like,
no.
What if the electricity fails?"
Yeah, I thought when there's a fire, avoid the elevators and take the stairs.
If there's a fire, head for that underground. There's a huge underground lake, and it looks all eerie and green.
You think they have a liquor store down there?
Well, that's what Road Warrior just asked. He says, "I
No.
wonder if they're shopping like liquor stores, snacks, anything, nothing."
If you listen, I listened to the whole stinking promotion because I want to approach them and go, I could do a better job than that guy. I'll do your promotion.
You should
voiceover."
broadcast from there permanently.
But no, seriously, because it's so secure, they can't have people unless they have the top government security clearance.
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, let's say you want pizza or whatever, they have to get the pizza delivered to the top. Then somebody who is a federal employee with the clearance goes down that elevator, the shaft elevator.
Could you imagine being the
pizza's
door?
like so cold by then.
Imagine being the DoorDash guy for that delivery.
Where do you have to go? So you have to go down this mine shaft, okay? Go down about 200 feet.
Just leave it at the gate and get the hell out of here.
Run. Oh, my God.
Unbelievable. 855-839-1210. By the way,
What?
the FBI has sent out a warning, folks. A warning for all iPhone and Android users to immediately do the following should you be on the receiving end of it. What is it? We will tell you after the news on Kayal and Company. 7 o'clock or coming up next. Stay right there.
You've heard me talk about Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, how much I love the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. Just beautiful job replacing windows, doors. You know by now if I needed new windows or doors or siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. But you may not realize, you may not have heard me talk about this, that Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding can also replace your old roof. Yes, they have you covered literally. So family owned and operated, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they've been around for more than 30 years, and they have more than 240 Google reviews, which speak to their reputation for quality, high-quality workmanship, customer service as well. They spend the time to understand your needs and educate you on all your options. They also have financing available right now, which can really leverage to make your new roof or other remodeling project a reality. So whether you or somebody you know, you're looking for a new roof, windows, doors, siding, shutters, all the hardware choices, just give them a call. You can text 610-431-8898. That's 610-431-8898. You can take that virtual tour online, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Jalen Hurst here for Window Nation. If you're a fan of saving money, listen up.
Save 60% on all window styles and pay nothing for 2 years. Now through February 28th at Window Nation. Schedule your free consult today at 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. Tell them you heard it on 1210 WPHT.
Don't pay more than you have to for new windows. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Audacy app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. It's time to celebrate American Heart Month with Rescue Natural Supplements. For nearly 40 years, Rescue Omega-3 has been providing people with the essentials to fortify heart health, reduce inflammation, and support healthy cholesterol levels. That's why it's the best time to dive into Rescue's February special. Right now, Rescue's most popular products, their premium Omega-3 fish oils, are buy one, get one free exclusively for radio listeners. Just use the listener code OMEGA50 when placing your order. Call today at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a knowledgeable product consultant or use that code OMEGA50 online when you visit res-q.com. That's res-q.com. Don't forget the code OMEGA50 when buying a one bottle of Rescue Omega-3s. Get a second bottle free. OMEGA50. Fortify your heart. Support a healthier well-being with a Rescue Omega-3.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
The following heartwarming yet informative scene is brought to you by Trust and Will.
Son, your grandpa and I used to work on this car together, and when I'm gone, I want you to have it.
Wow. Thanks, Dad. Doesn't count. What you need is a will. Luckily, Trust and Will makes it easy. Designed by attorneys, but customized by you, you can easily create a state-specific, legally valid document that actually counts. Now, let's let the engine do the talking, am I right? Start your will at trustandwill.com. Use offer code COUNT for 10% off and make it count. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. For details, see trustandwill.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Meet Nick Kayal and Dawn Stenzelin at Westchester University on Friday, February 21st for Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's Philly sports put to music. Tickets at joeconklin.com.
joeconklin.com.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company. 7:02. Can you feel it coming? It's the cut sheet. That's what it is. 7:45 this morning.
Yeah.
43 minutes away. It actually takes 43 minutes for the chorus and the post to hit for this song. But sometimes, in some formats, it's worth the wait. In talk radio, we have to get back to talking because that's what we do. We're not a music morning show where we talk for 90 seconds an hour. Come on. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in. It's Nick, Dawn, and Greg here on this Thursday morning in which it is 37 degrees. Feels like a heat wave. I'll take it. Get rid of all the snow. Get rid of all of the ice. We got a lot of good stories coming up. We're going to get to Pam Bondi as she is basically taking it right to state of New York. No, this won't kick in for another 9 minutes. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
You should know that music, man.
Sorry.
Come on, man.
Sorry. Come on, man.
Come on. Come on.
I didn't mean to interrupt your...
No, it's good. It's good. I'm just trying to filibuster here. Like a politician. Kill some time until it kicks in.
We don't need to kill time. We don't have enough time.
No, you're right. That's true. We've got 9 more stories to get to, and I'll get to about 3 of them. But that's fine. Because if we ever go through all the stories one day, it's probably a bad show, and we didn't have anything to say. And that'll never happen.
No, I was just going to say.
Is it kicking in any moment?
My hardest job is shutting you two up.
That's right. It's a good problem to have for a brand manager.
100%. 100%.
How much longer till this hits the post?
It's going to take forever.
All right.
Nothing.
Boy,
All right.
What a drawn-out process. What a charade.
Yeah.
7:04. We're going to get to this FBI story. I mentioned Pam Bondi. There's media news out there as well. I think this story with the media, with Democrats flocking to Fox News and advertisers doing the same. I'm going to make a little pitch and a little plea here to any business owner out there that's ever contemplated doing some business with 1210. We'll get to that coming up in a little bit. Also, Saquon Barkley doesn't understand the Taylor Swift hate. Also, SNL, the big 50th anniversary show.
Sunday.
Here
we go.
Here we go.
You're not wrong. 3 minutes and 45 seconds into this song.
Yeah. I was on time until I waited for the post.
Yeah, we're wrong.
JD Vance, COVID, and a whole lot more still ahead, and a great cut sheet with all of the big sound bites from the big stories from yesterday. But let's get caught up in the world of news. Let's get to it. Round number 2 at 7:05. She was feeling it in the air on Sunday night when the Eagles were closing in on a Super Bowl. The great Dawn Stensland.
Woohoo! Kayal and Company News Live. Yes, this Thursday morning, February 13th, we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. In the news, and yes, we'll talk Eagles, Super Bowls, SEPTA, transportation, barricades, closures. There's a lot going on in the city. But I will begin with New Jersey State Police are searching for this guy accused of pulling a gun on a postal worker. And this was during an alleged road raid incident that happened in Cape May County. It happened yesterday on Route 50 in Upper Township. So they've released the suspects a picture of his SUV and a sketch of the actual suspect. Police say this guy and the victim were involved in some kind of a back and forth altercation outside their vehicles. At one point, the suspect pulls out a gun before taking off in his black Cadillac SUV, and they have a side shot of that up with his a mug shot. That's a really good sketch. So they said that this person is considered armed and dangerous. You cannot threaten a postal worker, a postal employee in particular, but they believe this guy is a man in his maybe mid-40s, dirty blonde hair, scruffy beard. They want to hear from you if you know that guy. So most wanted in New Jersey.
It's not me.
Greg didn't do it. No, this guy does not have, he has short hair. He doesn't have Greg.
Thank you.
The blonde.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Look, he doesn't have the Greg good hair.
Yeah.
Okay. with somebody on the chat, I'm doing the news, so I didn't get to see somebody's on our YouTube chat going, it's Greg.
It is Stalker.
We also have the other 2 guys who are accused, and the images of them are pretty good. Some of these surveillance cameras across the city, everything's gone digital. And so Philadelphia police putting out these most wanted suspects accused of assaulting a 52-year-old police officer. They say they're looking for these 2 guys accused of attacking the officer during celebrations in Center City that happened Sunday night. Of course, everybody was out celebrating our Super Bowl win, but this happened right around 11 o'clock at night, Broad and Chestnut, and these guys struck the officer in the head as he was, protecting the crowds and there to protect people, and they slammed him in the head, injuring the officer. There were half a dozen officers injured, so there have been multiple arrests, and those individuals obviously facing serious charges.
Do you think we're going to see any of these officers ending up on the wrong side of being injured with the parade tomorrow, or do you think the parade will be more peaceful and unruly, less unruly?
I'm trying to remember. I don't think we had.
I don't think
problems.
we did. No.
So you get it out of your system on
Last
Sunday
time
night,
around.
Yep.
and then you act like a normal human being for the parade.
I mean, you always have. I mean, you'll have some issues,
Mm-hmm.
but I think everybody, generally speaking, is pretty tame. I also think that the way that SEPTA is putting the word out, get ready to be patient. You might be waiting an hour for a train. Are they trying to keep people away?
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think they are.
Yeah.
I think that's a good. Well, they also don't want, because they had issues. They had issues a couple months ago with SEPTA leaving a game where they couldn't. Like people were like, pounding on doors, and you know what I mean. So I think that they're just trying to alleviate those issues again.
Yeah. I also would think that most people are probably going to be drinking coffee in the morning, and it's a different vibe because when you exit,
You
the
think
NFC
people are going to be
champ-
drinking coffee?
Well,
Nick,
some
you're
people.
so naive.
If you have your kids with you.
Okay.
Yeah. Now the guy that's 25 that has no life is going to probably have a 6-pack in him already.
I know some people are bringing flasks.
Well,
Dawn
yeah.
Dawn does too.
Is Dawn going to bring a flask?
No, but
Okay.
yeah, we all know. So, here's the thing. We're not a big, let's be honest, we're not a big commuter city. These are suburbanites, Eagles fans coming from outside the city.
Yeah.
They don't know the city. They don't take public transportation. SEPTA is saying you have to have your fare for the regional rails. You have to get it today. You need to have a SEPTA key card or a special one-day parade pass. You know what this reminds me of? When the Pope was here.
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, but that was a big bust because everybody
Yes.
stayed away. So people are not going to stay away
Yeah.
from this. Or you need one of those media passes like Don Stenson has.
Yes. Well, don't tell people that. Then they're going to like.
Sorry.
But the parade passes are $10 and are only being sold yesterday and today.
Are you going to be outside broadcasting?
Yes.
So you're not going to be like inside of.
No, she's doing parade coverage, Nick.
Oh my goodness.
This is what she does for the mummers.
You love being in the field, don't you, Stensland?
I do. And the mummers, they have, heaters for us, though. It's like a full.
Heaters.
They do.
This is the perfect gig for Dawn.
Yeah. I love this.
If I was brand manager last time, she would have 100%
you.
been on site instead of low energy Kansas City fans.
Yeah. Ridiculous.
Yeah, but like who better to host the Eagles parade than Philly's own Don Stenson?
Who the hell ran this place before you got in charge?
It was run by a.
You sound like Trump now.
That's true. Yeah, I have to clean up everybody's mess.
Unbelievable.
How dare they?
But they're saying that even though, so every train can hold 1,000 people, there is no guarantee you're going to get a seat, even if you have the key card or the parade pass. So they're telling everybody, arrive early. The parade starts at 11. Yeah, this is going to be a real treat.
You guys might be late getting there at 6 a.m. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, don't get there at 6 a.m.
No.
Dawn, just leave the head when Larry leaves the house.
No, I'm leaving. But here's the thing, generally speaking, so they don't have the barricades up yet, but when they do have the barricades, so I'll take Kelly Drive, there will be police officers, and then, if you have your pass, like your press pass, they're going to let you through.
91 LSXer wants to know if there'll be a Kayal and Company float. No, but there should be. There should be, absolutely.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Greg could ride his bike with the flag.
Oh, by the way,
Road
speaking of my bike, and I don't mean to get off on a tangent because theoretically this is still the news. Phil, do you have the picture? I want to show you what a great job our buddy Road Warrior did and his plug. Independent bicycle shop.
And this is the actual bike that you will be using?
In Manahawkin, New Jersey. Yeah, everybody should go there because Road Warrior's an amazing guy, but also because they do amazing work. Look at what they did. He tricked out my bike.
Okay.
Can you put the youtube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see this?
Is it up yet?
Hang on.
It's getting there. Dawn, you got to give
the
modified
pill. Service schedule.
These
no
pills
service.
don't work overnight.
What pills?
The pills. You get a couple hours from
there. It is.
Paxlovid.
There it is.
Wow.
Look at that.
Hey, wait a minute. It's customized with your name?
No, it says Fuji on it.
No, look above it. It says Stalker.
Where?
On the crossbar. Where your, you know what would be.
Oh,
if
okay.
you fell off the seat.
Yeah, I didn't notice that.
You got your name on the bike.
Oh, look at that in red.
Road Warrior is amazing.
That might be red. Is that red or orange?
That's beautiful.
That's a nice looking bike.
I am going to.
Good job, Road
I'm going to kick this this Ben Shore's butt.
But you're going to beat me by at least an hour now.
Here, put up his.
Look at that.
Put up. There you go. Independent
nice.
bicycle shop quality.
Now, did he pay for that?
I paid for it.
No, I'm talking
There's
about
no freebies here.
I'm talking about the logo here.
The letter?
Yeah.
Like Vanna White?
No.
Even asked.
Hey, Road Warrior, these little logos you're giving us, independent bicycle, we're going to send you down to Scopenich. All right?
I don't care.
Yeah.
I'm the brand manager. Let's Scope,
Yeah.
and those guys talk to me. Yeah, he's doing great work for me.
Customized bike. I'll be damned.
And by the way, I'm paying for this, so like there's no freebies here.
Yeah. I don't care about that. I just love the fact that you got your name on that.
Independent bicycle shop in Manahawkin, New Jersey.
Manahawkin, New Jersey. It looks great.
Down by Long Beach Island.
Dawn, what were you going to say about Newman Price?
Oh, I was Newman Price said, get the flag down there.
Yeah.
Who has the flag?
Who has the flag?
I know. It's our Tom. Tom has it. He was supposed to hand it off to Ray. Ray didn't show up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is that true?
King Shooters, yeah.
Okay.
So Tom was there waiting for Ray. They were going to do the transition.
Tom, we need you to go down to Eakins Oval tomorrow and give it to Dawn.
Yeah. Dawn will definitely be there, unlike Ray.
Dawn can't carry it.
And if Dawn's not there for some reason, we're going to have to start expensing Tom's gas.
Sorry.
Anyway, this is the news.
I interrupted the news.
So what was I talking about? So we're going over the Philadelphia Eagles. Eagles tomorrow, the big parade. If you're headed down, I wish I had gotten a hotel room, and I think they're all sold out. I started calling, and
everything's sold out.
Yeah, I tried to get one myself. They said there were migrants that were already booked, so they put me on a list.
It's a sin. So it looks like, as far as the federal judge in Boston, Massachusetts, has ruled on, and this is a victory for the Trump administration and for the 73,000 federal employees who want to take a buyout. So that happened late yesterday. They sent emails to the civilian workforce of 2.3 million people saying, this is it. We can move forward with this if you want to take the deal. So it looks like 73,000, that's the number I have, are taking this, which means then that they'll go 8 months full pay. And the deal is, and the Trump administration has said, this is a humanitarian way of not forcing federal employees to go back to work in person, because that's the Remember, that's what this is all about. The vast majority of people have been doing this, have been working virtually. If they don't want to go back, they can take the buyout, and that gives them 8 months' pay. The unions have said they'll still fight this. I know there were some legal filings yesterday, but it looks like this is happening.
I also think we have to look at some of the specifics. I don't know what the answer to this question is. I'm sure it's out there. How many years do you need to work in the federal government to be eligible for a retirement pension from the government? If it's 20 or 25 years, and let's say you're 90% of the way there, you almost have to take up Trump on his ordeal here, where you go back to work, right? Because, if you're at the 10-yard line getting ready to punch it in the end zone, you're not just going to give away the football, right? Like, you go back to work now for 2 more years or 3 more years because you don't want to lose what you worked so hard for, right?
That I don't know the details. The union is out. At least one of the unions is out there telling employees, you're not going to get this money. You're never going to see the money. Okay. So if that's a lie, then that's horrible. But I imagine there are some details that if you're not vested, there are probably the old saying, the devil lies in the details.
True.
So perhaps some of these people should look at that.
Yeah.
You're going to get the 8 months pay, but will you get, if you're not fully vested?
Right.
Patrick
That's the
says,
question.
Patrick on the YouTube says, I work for government. It's 25 years.
It's 25. That's what I was figuring, either 20 or 25. Now, if you're not even anywhere close to that, and you're talented, you're ambitious, and you are able to get that 8 months of pay, I take that deal. I take that pay. I start looking for another gig, presumably one that'll have, lesser benefits, but maybe a higher salary. They're making it sound like so many people are going to be upended with their life, and, this is an inhumane thing. My God, I would love to have 8 months of full pay and benefits while I searched for my next job. Hell, in radio, you're lucky you get 90 days. Some of these people don't realize how good they have it.
Yeah. But if you're not fully vested, then you're not going to get you're not going to get that,
Yeah,
obviously.
sure.
So maybe that's what the union's talking about.
Yep.
Hey, this is, and some of you I've been getting DMs and texts about this since early this morning. So the deal with what's going on with the Sunoco pipeline, this is Bucks County, and this is an allegation or more than an allegation perhaps, that there's a fear that these hazardous materials leaked into the water. So there are at least two Pennsylvania lawmakers, state lawmakers obviously, who are asking now for a federal investigation and as well for federal authorities at the top to suspend all of the operations of that Sunoco pipeline that they're saying leaked jet fuel into the water wells of at least half a dozen homeowners, and this is in Bucks County. And so this request has gone out. We've been following it, but its information has been a little bit tough on this for whatever reason. But they're requesting now transparency on this. They're requesting if there are potentially more than the half dozen homeowners with the private wells impacted, but they're asking for the immediate suspension of the flow of all petroleum products in the Sunoco Twin Oak Newark pipeline operated by Energy Transfer that's crossing through Bucks County until they can get the full investigation and a full view of exactly what's going on and what exactly is the cause of the leaks and identifying the entire situation.
Sandy and Kevin and a bunch of people on the YouTube chat want to know where in Bucks County.
So this is, I know that in part I believe it's Upper Makefield.
Okay.
Because the board of supervisors they're involved with this. Upper Makefield, I mean, my God, you can't catch a break.
No.
I'm so sorry.
Right.
But so there are letters going out. They haven't had much luck at the state level, it looks like. So they're just going right to the top to the federal regulators saying, shut this down until we can figure out what's going on. They're doing a lot of testing, but they're saying that these wells were contaminated. They're blaming Sunoco, but they're saying that there's not transparency. The company, as far as Sunoco, they've said that the cause of the leak is still under investigation. This goes back all the way to January 9th and then late January. This has been going on.
Over a month. Wow. Okay.
So, we'll continue to follow this, but obviously there's been a back and forth. There's a history, there's baggage here, but I just wanted to kind of bring you a little update on that. And I'll continue to look into it and try to get a hold of some of these lawmakers and figuring out. So some people just haven't been able to use their well water.
Jesus. Yeah.
So that's, that's crazy. So, and they're not getting answers. So we'll follow, we're going to follow that one. We're all over it. Other news of the day, we've talked about Tulsi Gabbard. We've talked about today what's on the schedule as far as this morning, mid-morning, the Senate is scheduled to vote on the confirmation of RFK Jr. for HHS. So we're following that one for you. And we said earlier that Representative Tulsi Gabbard and Lieutenant Colonel in the U.S. Army Reserve is now the National Director of Intelligence. So Trump putting out word, he's thrilled with it. Mitch McConnell, Republican Kentucky, he voted against her. He voted with the Democrats.
Just retire, Mitch. Go
How about
away.
that?
Just enough. The only Republican to vote against her.
Shame.
Yeah.
Moving forward, we have to update on the little boy, the 10-year-old little boy that we talked so much about, who was trying to protect his sister when driving with Dad for donuts, and that plane, debris crashed in the Northeast. And he got a very special visit.
I saw the pictures.
So we'll talk about that outside news. Let me just do the sponsor here. Kitchen Magic. Go to kitchenmagic.com today. Start your worry-free remodeling journey. Do this now with a local, trusted, family-owned company that has been transforming kitchens for 45 years. kitchenmagic.com. Trust the magic. kitchenmagic.com. Today, 55 degrees. The rain and fog will clear tomorrow. For Parade Day, 39 degrees and sunny. Killing Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. Just about 25 minutes until the cut sheet. Before we get there, the FBI's big warning to all of us, as well as COVID, now officially less deadly than the flu. The details as we continue. But first, some details about my friends at Piazza Mercedes. That's right, Mercedes-Benz. 3 different dealerships, 3 different locations. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. We're talking about extensive selections here with lineups and models that will just blow you away with the price tags to match, where they combine luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan, which I just test drove, to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you will find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. We were out there maybe 2 weeks before Christmas for the grand reopening of the Mercedes-Benz dealership in Westchester. I couldn't believe some of the mid-sized sedan prices. They were actually cheaper than my Honda Ridgeline. I was like, wait a minute, I'm going to rethink this here. I didn't realize the Mercedes-Benz was so affordable, but it really is. If you are in the market for a premium luxury vehicle, do yourself a favor. Schedule a test drive today behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz, or shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. That's PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. If you stop on out in Westchester, just drop my name, Nick Kayal. Tell them I sent you.
Are you tired of high cable TV rates? Sign up for Dish today and get a $500 bonus offer while supplies last. Plus, lock in your price for 2 years guaranteed. Call All American Dish, your Dish authorized retailer now.
800-296-1251. 800-296-1251. That's 800-296-1251. Offers require credit qualification, 24-month commitment, early termination fee, and e-auto pay. Restrictions apply. Call for details.
Dell Technologies is celebrating with anniversary savings on their most popular tech. For a limited time only, save on select next-gen PCs like the XPS 16, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors and more. Plus, curate your dream setup with great deals on select monitors, mice, and more must-have electronics and accessories. When you shop online at Dell.com/deals, you'll have access to leading-edge technology to match your forward-thinking spirit and free shipping on everything. Again, that's Dell.com/deals.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Audacy app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust, no matter what you're up to. Give it a try. To get started, download the free Audacy app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Celebrate twice as much with NordVPN's birthday deal. Get 72% off and a coupon for up to 1 year free. Visit NordVPN and discover the benefits. Secure up to 10 devices with a single account. Encrypt your online traffic. Reduce the risk of phishing, scams, and malware with NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro. Get the special birthday deal at NordVPN.com. Additional terms apply. NordVPN.
When you're still looking for love, Valentine's Day sucks. Every restaurant is fully booked. Suddenly, all chocolates are heart-shaped, and all the PDA. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Calling unlimited town. Hello there. To follow 1210 WPHT on the free Audacy app. Download it now.
It is Kayal and Company on World Radio Day, February 13th, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Greg Stocker, Bill Omquist, Jimmy Kelly. Cut sheet coming up in just about 20 minutes. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Let your comments rip. You can do that on all of the socials as well as our YouTube chat. It's a community within itself. It's like where the government retirement paperwork goes. It's a whole civilization down below, except it's right there in a little box, and you can just let us know your thoughts. You can tell Greg he's awful. You can tell me that I'm a moron. You can praise Dawn, whatever you would like. Yeah. That's really, it's. You could start your own show during our show.
Most of them do.
And there was like 38 of you in there before the show even started.
I love it.
It was like lining up for the Super Bowl parade.
Tailgating.
They're tailgating.
They're tailgating. They're tailgating.
I like that.
Yes. Tailgating. We're going to get that trending as well. All right, so this warning is interesting. And Greg, you found this story, and I've actually had to deal with this. Last Saturday, when I was still sick, I actually got one of these phone calls and voicemails.
Uh-oh.
And I'll tell you about this in a moment. But the FBI is warning cell phone users, iPhone and Android users, to immediately hang up or delete the text if they receive these messages. And federal officials are saying that these smartphone users are now under attack. It's a new scheme, and it's more advanced than previous spam calls and scam calls, as the Daily Mail calls it, because scammers are using a spoof caller ID technology not only to impersonate banks and law enforcement agencies across the country, but they're also imitating and fraudulently trying to claim they are members of ICE, as well as Custom and Border Patrol agents. And here's what you need to look for if you get a call or a text like this. The scammer will start by urgently claiming your bank account is under attack by hackers or the police, and they have a warrant out for your arrest. Next, they'll try to tell you to move your money to a safe account for your protection, but it's just a trick to hand over your funds to the spoof caller.
Who's falling for this?
Right.
Well, I'm not, because it happened to me on Saturday.
Good for you.
Yes. I got a text message. Now, I bank with Citizens Bank. I got and I know what the authentic text from Citizens is. If we if you have like the notifications on from your bank for transactions, or your deposit has come in for your check, your paycheck each couple of weeks. So I know there's like this default text I get from AT&T and Citizens Bank, and it's like 401-02 or something like that. It's the same one every time. It's verified. It's authentic. I got one that looked almost identical, and I looked at my phone, and I clicked on the text. I opened up the actual text message, but I didn't click on the link. So I'm just reading the text, and I'm like, this looks a little off. So I swiped, clicked delete, report as junk, the whole bit. 30 seconds later, I get a phone call. Immediately, I hit ignore because it was a number I didn't recognize, and then I get the voicemail. I click on the voicemail, and it is this robotic call with somebody trying to imitate Citizens Bank.
Oh, that's awesome.
Now, here's how I knew it was nonsense. Citizens Bank, for me personally, I only get any type of voicemail from the local branch and then the regional outfitters, so to speak, here in this area. This one came from a person with an accent from a third world country.
Uh-oh.
And the urgency to the message, I'm like, Kristen, listen to this. I hit it on speaker, I volumed it up the whole bit, and she's like, yeah, just delete it. Now, here's what really ticks me off about this. This whole notion that you can click on delete and report as junk, the amount of texts I get with scams where I report it as junk and they still keep coming through is infuriating.
You can block them.
But then they use another number.
But
Yeah.
he's right. He's right. They do.
There's no way out of this.
Yep.
And now we're getting to the point where, based on the news cycle, the scammers are trying to fall in line with a lot of the things that are going on with ICE agents, with Border Patrol, and they're trying to dupe you in by letting you think that this is something in the news cycle headline-wise that you are very – and we've seen this, right, with China, with Russia, a lot of technology, a lot of hacks that we're dealing with. You know, people, when the FBI actually does something from time to time to benefit the citizens of America, pay attention to it. Like, this story is very important because we are so much robotic and drone-like with our phones where we just click and open everything. So I can tell you I've dealt with it firsthand. Don't take the bait, especially these links. It's like, it's one thing when the text comes in and you hit your little green box and then you click on the text. But once you see that link within that text, don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
Whenever I get something like that, though, you can, take a screenshot. I always report it. Report it to the authorities.
See, that's interesting. I've never reported any of it to the authorities. I have from time to time in the past reported it to the company that I feel like is, the authentic provider of whatever service that this scammer is trying to imitate. Like, I would actually, now I didn't do it this time, but I would reach out to my bank and Citizens Bank and say, hey, there's somebody that's trying to imitate you guys as Citizens Bank. Like, you might want to look into this because, there's countless thousands of people in this region that use that service. So
I don't think they do that. Do they really do anything with it?
Oh, I have no idea. I would if I was them, and I want to maintain my reputation as a business, but that's just me. 855-839-1210. Last story before we get to the cut sheet. And this is great because now if you see any moron wearing a mask, you should just give them this little bit of information. CDC data has now shown that the seasonal yearly flu is officially more deadly than COVID.
Yeah.
COVID is officially cooked. Now, I say that as somebody who had it for 5 days and is still blowing his nose every other segment. It still sucks, but we have reached the point now that mathematically you are more likely to die once again from the flu than you are COVID. The CDC data shows that in the week leading up to February 1st, the latest information available, 1.5% of all deaths were linked to COVID, where 2% were related to the flu. COVID at one point was behind up to 30% of the deaths nationwide in the first year of the pandemic. But since January 23rd, it has not been responsible for more than 5%. So we are now 2 years and 1 month removed from when it was at a low rate of 5% of airborne respiratory virus deaths in the United States of America. And now we just eclipsed the point where COVID is actually less fatal than the flu. So the nut jobs that are walking around at your grocery store with a KN95 mask on, just, I don't know, give them this story from the Daily Mail, cite the CDC data, snap their mask down and say, hey, it's okay, you can take it off. You're fine. Get back to normal. But one thing that's not fine, and this really infuriates me.
Oh, this story.
Again, if there's a medical reason, but again, and I understand, it's just like with teachers. It's just like with police officers. I think most people are relatively good. Most teachers, most cops, most doctors are not X, Y, and Z. But J.D. Vance, and this is why we're bringing this story up, and it's not just because it's J.D. Vance, but it's relevant to our audience. J.D. Vance's 12-year-old relative was just recently denied a heart transplant because she is unvaccinated. I believe we have the news telecast. Phil, if you have this, let's play this. If you don't,
we have it.
We do. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's play this clip, and I want to react to this on the other side.
2 at 10, a local mom is looking for another hospital for her daughter after Cincinnati Children's denied putting her on the heart transplant list because of her vaccination status.
Oh, my God. We're still
Family
doing this.
feels their religious exemption should be honored. Courtney King has more.
Her father and I both feel strongly that the Holy Spirit is telling us don't put this vaccination in her body.
Adeline Deal is a happy 12-year-old girl from Batesville, Indiana.
I like to sing and I like to...
You like to swim?
Swim.
When you feel better, huh?
Yep.
But she's living with a serious heart condition.
She has Epstein's anomaly and she has Wolff-Parker syndrome.
Janine Deal and her husband adopted Adeline from China when she was 4, knowing that she would need a heart transplant someday.
I'm terrified for her. I mean, she's my child and I want the best for her.
The Deals have done most of her care through Cincinnati Children's, but are now looking elsewhere after the hospital declined to put Adeline on the transplant list. The hospital requires patients to have both the flu and COVID vaccine, but the Deals have not vaccinated any of their 12 children due to their religion, which is non-denominational.
I called the child's advocate from Cincinnati Children's to see if they could help us with what a religious exemption and so forth. And he came back and said that they said they're not going to change their policy and this is what it is. And we are more than welcome to go find another hospital if we didn't like it.
Wow.
It's just unbelievable. That courtesy of Fox 19. You can read the full story in the Cincinnati Enquirer. So you have this 12-year-old girl from Indiana who's related to Vice President J.D. Vance. Not sure if it's on J.D. Vance's side or his wife's side. Her name, Adeline Deal, and she was born with 2 rare heart conditions. The hospital requires transplant patients to be vaccinated, and they declined to make the exception, even when told that it goes against the family's religious beliefs as non-denominational Christians, saying, quote, "I thought, wow, so it's not about the kid. It's not about saving her life," Janine Deal told the newspaper to the hospital's decision to deny her daughter. When I immediately saw this, I try to be consistent. And when people have, phrases and cliches or talking points, I think you should stand by them, whether that I agree with them or I disagree with them, whether they're ones that I use or ones that I, oppose from a policy or a point of view standpoint. And I would just ask you this, Dawn, where are all the people that are outraged with the "my body, my choice"? Because to me, it's always interesting from a selective standpoint when you like to use that phrase with, pro-choice and abortion and things like that. So this lady and her adopted child decided not to put something into their body, which I would say, and I don't know, maybe she was high risk because of her heart issues, and maybe the vaccine would have potentially been good for her had she contracted COVID. I'm not a doctor. I'm not an expert. I'm not going to pretend to be, but it was their decision not to. And the fact that this person could die and you're going to reject that possible life-saving treatment for something that, presumably most 12-year-olds that are healthy are not going to ever be in any serious threat of dying from COVID. And now knowing that COVID is less likely to kill you than the flu, you reject that? I don't know. I feel like the Hippocratic Oath should be in play here. I'm not sure what other factors go into this. I would love to hear from medical people as to what medical reason why vaccination status for COVID matters when we're talking about...
It's not just COVID, though. It's any vaccination.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is so it's pretty standard that they will strongly recommend that you're fully vaccinated. So they don't believe in any vaccinations. This is not just COVID.
But we've seen stories where if you were not vaccinated for just COVID, you were denied these types of transplants. Right.
So what they're saying, I'll just say what they're saying, and they can shop to other doctors, but I hate to say it, but I think that, this is pretty standard because what they're saying is that she needs this heart. There are many children like her in the country who need a heart. And so they have to look at the person who's most likely, there are many factors that they're going to say has never had a vaccine. When you get that heart transplant, your immune system obviously is hard at work. So your immune system, you want to have the strongest potential, immune system going into a major heart transplant. And she's a kid. I mean, look at Greg Stocker, how much he's sick because of his kid. You go to school, they have everything. They're Petri dishes. And so if she gets something serious, think about Nick, you were just sick. I don't know what, if it was, whatever you had, but
it was COVID.
Well, I don't, kids don't get COVID as severely in my experience. So I don't even know that there's some other pretty tough diseases out there. They've chosen as a religious exemption to not get those, like, hepatitis B we've seen this uptick of crazy uptick with Hep B and A and all these weird ones, but also mumps and measles and rubella, and I mean there are
we've also
a bunch of them.
We've also been given plenty of data that shows that natural infection creates a very strong level of immunity, specifically with COVID, with this case.
But I don't think she's had any of that. So I think that's there. I'm just trying to look at why are they doing this?
But what about this with the heart transplant? I mean, we're talking about the actual heart here. We've had plenty of stories that show vaccines from COVID can lead to myocarditis. I would actually think that she would be an even better recipient since she's not at risk for myocarditis because she's never taken the shot and the possible side effects.
You're dwelling on just the COVID thing. It's not just the COVID vaccine. It's every vaccine. So basically, heart transplants, when you have a heart, somebody donates a heart, and there's a lot of people that need said heart.
So somebody died. Somebody's 20-year-old got killed in a car wreck.
Right. Yep.
And they've got that kid is on, and we do this all the time where
the doctors
know that it's look at recently. I want, you know what I mean? And the family's got him on life support.
Yep.
They're lining up who's the best candidate, and that for a family, there's also a feeling of the grief of losing your young person, but as well, that heart is going to somebody that's going to save their life. There's a lot that goes into this.
But could you imagine being the mom if it got to the point where she was really, really at risk of dying and she had, 30 days? Imagine being in that position of, going against your religious beliefs versus keeping a child that you adopted 12 years old alive.
This happens all the time, and the rich and powerful get to, look at David Crosby, who's no longer with us. He drank himself almost to death, needed a new liver, got a new liver because of who he was, and continued drinking. So what I'm saying is that, because these things are so, they only have a certain amount of livers and hearts that they can use for these transplants. I hate to say it, but doctors and hospitals go down the list and say, who's the
best candidate?
Who's the best candidate for this? And somebody who's not vaccinated is more than likely to, move down the list.
Oh yeah.
So
to Greg's point, she was 4 when they adopted her, so she already, it looks like, did not have the vaccinations, or maybe they didn't have the information. I'm not really sure. But I think what they're saying, unfortunately, even if let's say that you have healthy children and you've chosen to not get them vaccinated, but what they're saying is if she gets one of these, childhood diseases that she's not vaccinated for, any one of those could kill her after the heart transplant, because that's how weakened her immune system would be.
Yep.
The whole thing, hey, they to Greg's point about rich people, they do have a GoFundMe page. And I think the fact that this is a distant relative of J.D. Vance, a lot of people are donating, and so perhaps they'll be able to pay for it.
Yeah, hopefully. 855-839-1210. Yeah, it really is. Coming up next, what's on the cut sheet? Oh, it was a star-studded day. All the A-listers with plenty of things to say. You'll hear and see it on the other side. Stay right there.
Valentine's Day is almost here. And if you're still dragging your feet, here's my advice. Get to Family & Company Jewelers, and you're guaranteed to walk out with a gift that will last forever. They have a huge selection of 24-karat gold-dipped roses in pretty much any color you can imagine. The perfect Valentine's Day gift is right on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey at Family & Company Jewelers.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
If you or someone you know suffered any injuries involving a deployed airbag, you could be entitled to compensation. Morgan & Morgan has already recovered millions. Get America's largest injury law firm fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Boston Consulting Group, Inc. in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania seeks a project leader, global advantage, and supply chain to manage the design and development of long-term business strategies for multinational companies focusing on global macroeconomic and geopolitical risks and trends, international regulatory issues, and transnational supply chains. Candidates must possess a bachelor's degree in business administration, economics, international relations, or related field, and 4 years of experience as a management consultant or business analyst, which must include at least 1 year of experience providing business strategy recommendations focusing on global macroeconomic and geopolitical risks and trends, international regulatory issues, and transnational supply chains to multinational companies. In lieu of bachelor's degree and 4 years of experience, as previously noted, BCG will accept a master's degree in business administration, economics, international relations, or related field, and 2 years of experience as a management consultant or business analyst, which must include at least 1 year of experience providing business strategy. Recommendations focusing on global macroeconomic and geopolitical risks and trends, international regulatory issues, and transnational supply chains to multinational companies. Partial telecommute available. Domestic/international travel required up to 80% based on client/company need. Salary range is $225,400 to $252,900 per year. To apply, send resume to bcgct@bcg.com. Reference position number 07-2025/357.168.2. Multiple positions available.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV, or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Free speech in Philly on Audacy's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Struck Romeo, sing the streets a serenade, laying everybody low with a love song that he made. Find the streetlight, steps out of the shade, says something like, you and me, baby, how about it? Juliet,
7:51. Kayal and Company, Thursday morning on World Radio Day. Still ahead, your opportunity to win a pair of tickets for next Friday's festivities. Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra. Dawn and I will be out there.
Yeah.
8 days from now, emceeing the event.
JoeConklin.com, right?
That's
is
right.
where you can get tickets.
Yep, Westchester. If you know the movie, about 2 hours from now, you'll get another pair of those tickets. We'll have another opportunity on Friday's show, right before Super Bowl parade.
By the way, music today, on point.
It is. It's a slow build, though.
That's all right. I don't care. I just might make it a music show this morning because The music's so good.
Phil would be on board with that.
I know.
And he will tie it all together for you coming up at 9:45. But right now, we're a little bit past 7:45, so that means it's time for What's on the Cut Sheet.
Benchmark. Have to hit benchmark time.
The cut
Yeah, what's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Sponsored by Staples. By the way, Staples is where we get all the paper that we waste. Right here.
Where, you also get my legal pads.
If you look at this, the legal pads, all the paper that we waste, the best paper you can get at Staples. Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now, Staples, you can save up to $250 off of your print order. That's right. So you can save up to $250 on the print orders that you waste for paper.
Yeah.
Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. Ends April 5th. Plus, save even more with easy rewards programs at Staples. Thank you, Staples.
Yeah, I big fan of the yellow legal pad. Easier on the eyes.
Yeah.
Write off that business expense at the end of the year.
The Democrats want to introduce reparations again.
Oh, we're back to that.
Yeah.
Which state and which representative said this nonsense?
Well, they held a press conference. First, we're going to start with, I believe this is Ayanna Pressley. We have Summer Lee. It's the usual squad number.
You know, Summer Lee, Pennsylvania, she's kind of low-key on the squad power rankings.
She is. This is 21, Phil. This is what Ayanna Pressley said yesterday.
We can legislate justice. We can legislate
Yes, ma'am.
healing.
Yeah, that's right.
And we're certainly long overdue. And for those that would say we need to just get over it, that's interesting. When as a nation you are benefiting right now from an economy that was built on the brutalized backs and the indignities and the horrors of chattel slavery and our African ancestors.
There you go. What's with the
bad eyewear?
That's a black church thing, right? Like a preacher thing where they always repeat everything they say.
Wow.
Yeah, that's right.
Right. Validation to what you're saying.
The validation. Thank you.
That's correct.
That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah, that's what I hope that you and Dawn always will do when I'm giving the big take.
no.
You're like, yep.
No.
Go ahead, preach, Nick.
No.
Yep, that's right. I'm so sick of it. So basically, the Democrats have learned absolutely nothing. And in almost 4 months now since the election, they've exhausted all of their cliches. So they've now gone back to the lunacy of reparations. And I always say that this generation has no idea what it feels like or knows anything about being shamed and everything that happened in the past. Like, people don't realize how good they have it. I actually wonder at this point if ancestors were brought back from the other side and went up to somebody like Ayanna Pressley and said, how dare you, right? Like, I actually think there might be people out there that if they were reincarnated would say, enough of the charade. You're not oppressed. You're not a victim. Ayanna Pressley makes more money than probably 93% of Americans on an annual basis. So we've resorted back to that. I can only imagine what Summer Lee has to say.
Let's go to Summer Lee. This is cut 22 from our native Pennsylvania, but she's from the Pittsburgh area.
Yeah.
Roll this.
Our government, no matter who is in power, has an obligation to right these wrongs, to provide reparations for descendants of enslaved Africans, to eliminate the racial wealth gap, to uplift the black community. White supremacy is rampant in this country.
There it is.
Just look at the current administration and our own legislative body. They have contributed to the social and economic harms, to racial terror black folks have experienced in this country. Now, more than ever, we must acknowledge and repair those harms.
Well, the statistics would show, Summer, that we had the least racially polarizing election since Lyndon B. Johnson in the early to mid-1960s. Your talking points have expired, much like that hairstyle.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is something that is going to, everybody's going to talk a big game, everybody's going to say we need this, and then it's going to go nowhere.
Right. And it usually starts on the West Coast. It's usually some nutbag in California that's demanding $1.5 million for every resident in Los Angeles and San Francisco and San Diego, and then it never happens.
Well, in my opinion, because they got decimated in the last election, I just feel like they're just trying to buy back the the black vote.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, that's all this seems to me.
And I think most people with a functional brain in any of the marginalized communities realize that this is nothing more than a grift. I mean, this is
absolutely.
Where are you getting these talking points from? Al Sharpton?
It's funny to me that like they think it's like they're the real racists when they say that, like, they just assume that African Americans just want these handouts.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like that they don't want the pride in working and building something. And, you know, it's just, it's so lowest common denominator.
It's low-hanging fruit.
Yeah.
It really is. It's as low as saying Eagles fans threw snowballs at Santa Claus. It's the most entry-level argument.
Ago.
Yeah, right. Never to actually talk about why they were throwing snowballs at Santa Claus, because Santa was trying to throw candy up into the stands, and he was missing and not even reaching the stands. That's why the fans did what they did.
So you're saying Santa deserved it.
He absolutely did.
Santa was wearing something sexy, and he deserved it.
Damn right.
EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin announced yesterday that the agency has found $20 million worth of gold bars the Biden administration tossed, quote, off the Titanic.
Wow.
What?
Listen
Did
to
they
this.
grab him from Menendez's bedroom?
Roll this.
Hi, this is EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin. One of my very top priorities at EPA is to be an excellent steward of your hard-earned tax dollars. There will be zero tolerance of any waste and abuse. An extremely disturbing video circulated 2 months ago featuring a Biden EPA political appointee talking about how they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, rushing to get billions of your tax dollars out the door before Inauguration Day. The gold bars were tax dollars, and tossing them off the Titanic meant the Biden administration knew they were wasting it. Following this revelation, during my meetings with members of Congress, I made a very important commitment to them and to the American people, which I reiterated at my confirmation hearing that if confirmed, I would immediately get a full accounting. Fortunately, my awesome team at EPA has found the gold bars. Shockingly, roughly $20 billion of your tax dollars were parked at an outside financial institution by the Biden EPA. This scheme was the first of its kind in EPA history, and it was purposefully designed to obligate all of the money in a rush job with reduced oversight. Even further, this pot of $20 billion was awarded to just 8 entities that were then responsible for doling out your money to NGOs and others at their discretion with far less transparency. Just under $7 billion was sent to one entity, called the Climate United Fund. I'm sure you and I now have some of the same questions. How do these organizations decide how to allocate funding? How much money have they given out so far and to whom? Are there any former Biden EPA staffers who are now working at these entities? Let me make one thing abundantly clear. At this point, there is zero reason to suspect any wrongdoing by the bank. Here's my position as EPA Administrator. The financial agent agreement with the bank needs to be instantly terminated, and the bank must immediately return all of the gold bars that the Biden administration tossed off the Titanic.
There you go.
How about this? Gold bars. I wonder where they were going across the pond. A few nations that probably come top of mind for you, I would imagine. About Lee Zeldin with the Environmental Protection Agency uncovering gold bars. He's like an extension of DOGE.
It's so funny because I clicked on Climate United and their board of directors, and it comes up and says, we can't find this page.
Oh, disabled.
Back to home.
Yeah, interesting.
Huh.
Ah.
Who are the, why is that happening? I can't look up their board of directors.
It's just, I mean,
That's weird.
I know we get new revelations every day with a million here, 5 million there, 280,000 there, but it's just the way our cash is just nonchalantly just doled out to the most absurd nonsense. You just realize, I always say this, you can love your country and hate your government. Man, I can't hate this government enough. It's just, what a, I mean, let's be honest. Elon Musk nailed it months ago when he said that the United States federal government is the largest corporation in the world.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt about it. They're right up there with the most corrupt.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's there's. I think a lot of this is just the tip of the iceberg. But
I mean, it's going to be a really big iceberg.
Got it? Get it? Iceberg.
Yeah, Titanic, gold bars. Yeah,
yeah. I got it.
Hopefully, Bob Menendez's wife is doing okay right now.
So, Climate United is a national coalition of nonprofits, and so the coalition is Calvert Impact Community Preservation Corporation and Self-Help. So they have all these different agencies. They deploy more than $30 billion of private and institutional capital to unlock economic opportunities across America. But I can't look up their board of directors, and they receive, how much do they get?
$20 million.
Nice. I'd love to be on a board. Wow. Boards are where it's at. By the way, have we actually found one amount of dollars that has been going to any entity, program, country where we say, okay, I can understand, I can justify that? I haven't seen one that I agree with. Maybe that's because I'm against all foreign aid. So maybe if unless it's zero, I disagree with it. I haven't seen one. Have you seen one category that you're like, okay?
Well, that's because the ones they're targeting are the wasteful ones, in their opinion. So they're going through. There are some good programs.
I would sure like to hope so.
You know.
Yeah. All the ones Elon Musk has a stake in. Those are the good ones that won't be touched
or reported on.
That would be bad.
Yeah. Well, okay.
I mean, by the way, it should all be transparent. To your point, Greg.
Yeah. The whole thing that Elon's working pro bono. I mean, Elon's not just doing this out of the goodness of his heart. There's got to be something that Elon's cashing in on here. Come on. With all due respect to my guy.
Well, I mean, that would be a giant crime if that's happening.
Yeah.
So,
you know.
He claimed in that news we played it. I mean, he said in the Oval Office, everything with his companies, all the contracts, everything is transparent.
Mm-hmm.
And so he said it's obvious, it's all in there. So
I'd like to think so because, I mean, you're the wealthiest guy on the planet. You know, I mean, how much is too much? Eventually you're like, all right, I'm full. At least I would be.
This is cut 15, Phil. During a hearing on Wednesday, a Democratic lawmaker in the House said the reason why fewer women are involved in manufacturing could be because the term has the word man in it. This is Democrat Rep. Schakowsky. This was during a Commerce, Manufacturing, and Trade Subcommittee hearing entitled AI in Manufacturing, Securing American Leadership in Manufacturing and the Next Generation of Technology. Let's roll this.
Yesterday, I met with a manufacturing company, but they also are engaged in getting young people more engaged in manufacturing. So I asked them, so how many of those students that are signing up and want to do this, how many are women? And they said, well, I know there's at least 13% or something. It was a low number. And you had mentioned trying to engage more women in manufacturing. I'm just wondering if just the name manufacturing sounds like a guy.
She's also one of my neighbors in Bluebell.
I never even thought of that manufacturing.
Oh, God, that's why.
Because you're sane, Dawn. You're not mentally disturbed.
Yeah. Manufacturing is sexist.
The manufacturing label is not inclusive enough to the opposite gender. Or maybe, 13% of women that are in manufacturing are kick-ass chicks. And the rest of them are like, you know what? I don't want to do that. I can take my talents elsewhere.
By the way, her name is Jan. Jan, it's so, okay, Jan, whatever you say, Jan.
Yeah. Low energy Jan, ranking member.
80 years old from Illinois.
Yeah, 80. Yeah. Retire.
Oh, my God.
Go play bingo. Leave. Go.
YouTube.
Buy your grandkids new clothes. Mall walk. Whatever else you do when you're 80.
Mole walk?
Mall
walk. You ever see the mall walkers? They're there at 9:50 when the mall opens at 10. They've got their 8-ounce coffee, and they're ready to get their steps in.
Hey, look, at least they're getting steps
You're
in.
damn right, unlike fatzos that just Sue Lift.
Sitting there at, sitting there on their chair staring at the wall.
I'm going to be a
waiting
mall.
to die.
I can't wait to be a mall walker. When I retire, I'm going to be a mall walker and a starter at the golf course. That's it.
So yesterday, since we're kind of talking about Democratic reps, this is Robert Garcia. This is cut 13. So he called. I don't want to say it. Like, you can say it because it's another name for Richard.
Right.
He called Elon Musk that in a hearing yesterday. So he was on CNN, and Breonna Keeler was like, is calling him the D word for Richard, is that super helpful?
Well, that's what Anderson Cooper called a panelist on his show. He's like, don't be a D word.
It wasn't a panelist. It was Chris Sununu.
Yeah.
That's
the governor.
What it was. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So that's what this is awesome, though.
I love it.
Roll this.
I want to hear why, but do you think that calling Elon Musk a dick is effective messaging for confronting what is a potentially irreversible transformation of the U.S. government?
Hairy balls.
Well, he is a dick. And I think he's also harming the American public in an enormous way. And what I think is really important, and what the American public want, is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight for democracy,
hang on.
for the
Stop,
future of this
stop,
country.
stop.
It's important.
He's got fake eyebrows, too.
Is he actually saying that we need to bring actual weapons to this fight?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that's the calls for violence have been outrageous. I highlighted one of them in the Big Take earlier this week with a pastor from Tennessee. Sometimes violence is necessary. Okay.
By the way, cable news has gotten a little bit more entertaining.
That's true.
I mean, Harry balls. Big balls.
Hairy balls.
I mean, it's
big balls.
They're just falling into these traps now of being trolled. They're literally being trolled.
I honestly thought we would be at the point now on February 13th that we've moved past the celebrations, the victory parades, the dunking on, the owning of XYZ in the Democrat Party or the mainstream media. They keep doing it to themselves. I'm trying to move on and focus on just results and policy, but they just keep giving us too much material.
Phil, can you rewind that about 15 seconds? Because I want to hear the comment again about taking actual weapons. Roll it.
Well, he is a dick. And I think he's also harming the American public in an enormous way. And what I think is really important, and what the American public want, is for us to bring actual weapons to this bar fight. This is an actual fight for democracy, for the future of this country, and it's important to push back on the chairperson of this committee. I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene talks about having decorum, about bipartisanship. This is the person that lies more than anybody else in the entire Congress. And so if she is going to make a mockery of hearings, I want to make sure that us as Democrats are bringing that same level of energy. And of course, after those comments, we went into exactly what Elon Musk is trying to do: dismantling the Department of Labor, dismantling the Department of Education, dismantling all of our consumer protection agencies. And so it's all important, but it's also important to get the attention of the American public and call Elon Musk out for what he is, and to make people know that Marjorie Taylor Greene is not a serious legislator, and she shouldn't be treated as such.
Peter M. says so much for decorum.
Yeah.
And I would agree with that.
I mean, if Breonna Kayal was an actual serious journalist, she would have followed up there with a clarification. What exactly do you mean, Representative Garcia, by a legitimate weapon? What are we talking about here?
Agreed.
But she's just the morning version of Aaron Burnett. So and that's the thing that's so annoying is all Elon Musk has done here is, and I said this in my Big Take copy yesterday, Elon Musk's weapon of choice is transparency. All he's doing is legitimately opening up the books. He is exposing, he's letting you in on the magic trick. He's giving you the secret to the sauce that you never were able to get the recipe and the ingredients to. And their response is to call for violence in many settings now.
Threatening
Right.
citizens by saying we need to bring actual, he said actual weapons.
Right. I mean, and maybe there was a chance where if he was hit with the follow-up, he could clarify and say, well, we need to, because at the end he says, well, we need to match the Republicans with energy. Well, your energy right now has been what you just said. these ridiculous podium protests every day in D.C. with bad songs and sing-alongs and shouting and hooting and hollering, and then, having people in the church world actually saying sometimes it's necessary to resort to violence.
I mean, it's apparent to me that the Democrat lawmakers, at least, the ones in Congress, they just have no idea what to do.
None.
So they're calling him a Richard. They're focusing on this. Like, they just have no idea what to do. That's why they're just sitting there saying, well, maybe we should bring weapons. I don't know what to do. This is a constitutional crisis. What are we going to do? It's really something to see. That they're just kind of like, they have no retort for any of this.
2026 will be here before you know it. And at this rate, since November 5th to February 13th, there's no reason to think that it will not be a red wave bloodbath for the midterms.
Oh, you can't say that. Remember when that was?
Oh yeah,
that was. This guy just called for violence.
Yeah,
and CNN lost their ever-loving mind when Trump said that about General Motors.
Trump's just killing them with common sense right now. We played you that clip earlier of Bill Clinton and Al Gore. I mean, Trump's a moderate Democrat from 30 years ago, repackaged as an extremist. It's unbelievable.
Well, the Democrats also have a secret weapon, Randi Weingarten. She says they're going to the courts trying to stop the data breach by Elon Musk and DOGE.
Okay, so Randy's driving the bus.
This is cut 8. This is cut 8, Phil, if you want to put it up there. There you go.
I'm Mark Gruenberg from Press Associates Union News Service. Thank you for the press conference.
Please, Mark.
I guess the best way of putting it is, in a way, this isn't just the Department of Education we're talking about, is it? We're talking about a massive data breach by Elon Musk of all 330 million people.
Speaking of that, hang on. Just pause it for 1 second.
Yeah.
Speaking of put your pants on, did you guys see Tubin?
I've got the story right here.
Yeah, is now working for the New York Times.
Yeah.
So
yeah, woke just recycles woke. So you get whacked at CNN because you were caught whacking on Zoom. And now the New York I'm actually starting to think, remember this, is it Mark Thompson left the New York Times to become the boss at CNN and now a former CNN I'm starting to think that there's this like employee laundering operation between CNN and the New York Times. They're the same entity.
All I want to know is that you get caught doing that. Yeah. And theoretically, you should probably not work in this industry after that because it's creepy.
I'm scared to jump on a company Zoom knowing that maybe there's a few dishes in my sink behind me. And this guy was doing the Pee Wee Herman on his laptop.
That's just nasty.
It is.
The question
Poor
is,
Pee-wee.
who was he looking at in that Zoom?
Well, he was
while he was doing that.
Well, no, he was. He thought, if I remember the story correctly, he thought he was, joining a chat, one of them adult chats.
Yeah.
And he had a Zoom on, and he was kind of looking at the chat, but looking at the Zoom at the same time. You know what I mean?
He thought his camera was off.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we all get horny at times. Can you wait until you exit the Zoom?
Phil, I'm sorry. Can you re-rack that and not start it at the can you not start it at the beginning? Yeah, there we go. Roll
it. What's the next step? How do you stop that?
Yes, Mark, yes, we are talking about that.
There she is.
And there are several cases that have been filed about all of this, including, as Nicole said in her introduction, there's a California Students Association case where a judge has created or said has a temporary TRO. Our case goes across Treasury, OPM, and Ed, but I wanted to really explain the education issues because of what the education department does. And you see the face of people who have been affected. There's millions of people who have been affected, but every single person who has applied for or gets Social Security is affected. Every taxpayer, as Ernie said, is affected. And the irony here is at the same exact time as Elon Musk and his coders have information across basically that affects all Americans, he refuses to disclose his interests as someone who is a government contractor who gets probably millions, if not billions of dollars in his own companies in terms of all of this.
It's the most cordial I've ever seen Randi Weingarten or heard her. I hope she's okay. She might have the flu. You know, it's amazing that Democrats are losing their mind over a government employee having access to their information. If you boil that down to the most simplistic terms, the government knows everything about us already. So why is it any different that Elon Musk is cutting out the fat? And I'm going to do a big take tomorrow on the Department of Education because I think there's going to be a lot of things that drop probably in the next 48 to 72 hours with the Department of Education. And I love the fact that Randi Weingarten will have a meltdown of biblical proportions when that stuff comes forward and goes through. And I read this story yesterday, I think it was in Vanity, why young men became MAGA Republicans. And they gave you 5 different bullet points, and then they had about a page on each of the bullet points. One of them was the government's failures during the pandemic. And when we think about all of the failures from our elected officials or unelected bureaucrats, right at the top, in my opinion, if it's not number 1, it's got to be number 2, 3, or 4. The way the Department of Education and these teachers' unions failed our children. And synonymous with a lot of that is Randi Weingarten. Never forget the emails that contradicted her stance publicly under oath about doing everything under the sun to get children back in the classroom. That's a lady right there, by the way, who makes over $500,000 a year.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT, YouTube.com/@1210WPHT if you want to see these videos. I'm going to play a video later where there's a car and a train track. And I want you guys to watch this video and tell me what you think about this. But first, let's start with, you said the Department of Education. By the way, like and subscribe to the YouTube chat and channel while you're there. Trump yesterday spoke about the Department of Education because he gave another 4:30 press briefing.
I know. By the way, Trump, your 4:30 press briefings have disrupted my day. Just saying, sir.
Yeah. Roll this.
How soon do you want the Department of Education to be closed?
Oh, I'd like it to be closed immediately. Look, the Department of Education's a big con job. We're ranked, so they rank the top 40 countries in the world. We're ranked number 40th. But we're ranked number 1 in one department, cost per pupil. So we spend more per pupil than any other country in the world, but we're ranked number 40. We've been between 38 and 40. The last time I looked, it was 38, and then I looked 2 days ago, it came out the new list. It came out at number 40, so we're ranked 40. Norway, Denmark, Sweden, I hate to say it, China, as big as it is, it's ranked in the top 5. And that's a primary competitor. We're ranked number 40. So if we're ranked number 40, that means something's really wrong, right? And I say send it back to Iowa, to Idaho, to Colorado. Send it back to places that, and there are a lot of Indiana. You have a great new governor. You have a great senator that Jim Banks just got elected. You got great people. I'll tell you what, Indiana's going to be fantastic. We probably have 35, maybe 37 states that will do as well as Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden. They'll be just as good. Then you have the ones that we all know about. It'll be the same story. But you know what? Even they will be good. Because you look at New York, you give it to Westchester County, you give it to Long Island, you give it to Nassau County, you give it to Suffolk County. Same thing you go out to, and you give it to upstate New York. So you'd have 4 or 5 sections. You give it to Manhattan. Manhattan's a little bit tougher for some reason. I don't know why it would be tougher, but it is. You give to California, and you go to various areas outside of Los Angeles, and you might have 6 or 7 different subgroups. But generally, like if you go to Iowa, you give it to Iowa. You don't have subgroups, you have Iowa. And other places that do a good job. If they do a good job, they're going to do a great job in education. Those places will be every bit as good as the various countries that do so well. All the time, it's the same countries that are doing well. And so...
There you go.
You know, Jimmy Carter, I was reading about this yesterday. Jimmy Carter, when he created the Department of Education in 1979, accomplished it via just the little old executive order. So you would think executive order for Trump to undo it, send it back to the states, make education a state-by-state thing like he has done on other fronts would be relatively easy, except it is not. And I said this about 2 months ago when he first started talking about this. I think it's a very, very long stretch that he would be able to pull this off, in part because the teachers' unions are just so stinking powerful. And I am all for it. I'm all for school choice. I know, Dawn, you talk about it a lot, voucher programs. But he's not wrong when he says 35, 36, 37. I think he's referring there, to states that are operated and controlled by a Republican governor. Certain states will do very well, and then the others, the usual suspects, New York, California, Illinois, Pennsylvania, will probably be lagging behind.
But if everybody gets think about the city of Philadelphia, because he's saying we're 40th in the world, but when you look at certain kids in certain schools in parts of the country, talk about inequity. Talk about equity or inequality, whichever word you choose, right? And I know there are different meaning of those words, but think about this. If now children in Philadelphia in some of the worst zip codes, right, or the worst area codes, whatever you want to say, in Philadelphia, then they get a voucher. And that voucher is the same as everybody else in Montgomery, whatever that is, it's your tax dollars at work. And so now you can apply that voucher. Let's say it's 10 grand, 20 grand, whatever, and you can apply that to a private school. Now this is a game changer.
Sure.
Because all of a sudden, this is a ticket. This is a ticket for people living in the worst areas. Because the private schools, they don't determine by your financial ability. So if, let's say, a 4-year-old, they'll start taking kids at the younger ages. Because part of the problem right now is, let's say you have a 5th grader. Well, they have all this loss of learning. It's tough to get in the private school. So they'll start at pre-K. Mm-hmm. Those private schools, they're going to get all of this, and then all of a sudden it's a game changer for these kids and their families.
Yep.
Right?
He also talked about DOGE and the waste that is being uncovered. Cut 20. This is cut 12. I'm sorry, Phil. Cut 12. Go.
Oh yeah, tremendous fraud. There's tremendous fraud, and it's hard to believe that you can have that kind of fraud. You're talking about are you talking about what? Wait. Which are you talking? You're talking about with regard to all of the investigations that are going on about this stupidity. What we're going to do is tomorrow I'm having a news conference. I'm going to read to you some of the names that hundreds of millions and even billions of dollars have been given to. And if you tell me that we should be giving money to those things, those entities, I think you'll probably have to leave as a reporter because you're not very talented. When you look at the kind of money, billions and billions of dollars being thrown away illegally, and there's no chance. I mean, I say it in front of our Attorney General. There's no chance that there's not kickbacks or something going on. When you give millions and millions of dollars to somebody that stands to look at something for 15 minutes and walks away with millions of dollars, that money's coming back in some form. And that's only one form of corruption. The biggest thing is what they do to our country. They're taking massive amounts of money and spending it on items. I went through a list of 200 expenditures that were made, and I found 3 that looked like they were reasonable. Okay, 3.
3 out of 200.
And we'll be talking about that tomorrow. We have a lot of stuff. And I want to commend Elon because he's done he doesn't need this. He's abused by you people every day. He's found more things than anybody could find. I think he's got the credibility to do it. I know he does. And it's his group of people. They started off with 12. I call them 12 geniuses. They started off with 12, and they went to 20 and 25, and now they're up to almost 100. People are joining to help them because there's a massive fraud that's taken place.
It's amazing. 3 out of 200. I just asked about a half hour ago on this show. There's got to be something in there going to a good cause. 1.5% is going to a good cause. 98.5% total waste. If you think about it, and if you're against this, and I don't know how you can be, this is the equivalent of you owning a store. Your store gets robbed. Elon looks at the surveillance footage of the robbery, tells you who did it, and then you decide to arrest Elon Musk. Like that's what's happening here. Stalker found this story last night, the Economist YouGov poll. Elon Musk, his approval rating has plummeted in comparison to Donald Trump, as he is well below 30%, which just goes to show you how many stupid people we have roaming planet Earth. You know, here's my theory. Bill Gates, by the way, a few days ago said he expects about a 10 to 15% chance of another pandemic in the next calendar year. I think it should attack only stupid people. If you're not stupid, you're safe. But all dumb people will perish. It would clear up a lot of stuff. Now, the government's still going to send checks to dead people, which is also a part of this waste and fraud. By the way, $50 million last year mailed out from government checks to dead people. Dead people.
Yeah.
Dead.
How about that?
We have dead people who vote and dead people that still have more money than I do.
Full disclosure, NASA, federal government, awarding Elon Musk company $38.85 million in a contract. And so the critics on social media wasting no time. So this is Space Exploration Technologies Corporation, SpaceX, got this biggity big, nearly $39 million contract this week.
Yesterday, the Attorney General Pam Bondi announced charges being brought up against the state of New York. Kathy Hochul, some DMV guy who's giving out illegal driver's licenses or something.
And LeBron James. Or not LeBron James, Letitia James.
Letitia James. So, yes, thank you, Kayal. That was the other one. This is cut 9. Phil, go.
We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges.
Yeah.
Put the screen grab back on the
Kathy Hochul.
She's 60.
Yeah. Wood.
I mean, not
big Bondi.
She's not quite 60 yet, but she's 59. But still,
Dawn, is that Republican hair?
She's very fit. There are bikini photos of her.
Yeah.
I've seen.
She works out.
Yeah.
Sorry, I don't mean to. Dawn, just stop me. I don't mean to take this to a
so if we're going
7th grade level, I'm sorry.
From left to right across your YouTube dial, no, would, no.
He's saying
3 no's and a
who
wood.
he'd have coffee
Right.
with,
Right.
or tea.
Right. Or we would go tailgating with.
All right.
No, she's all these people in this administration are, they're all really healthy, fit people. They're involved in all kinds of charity runs. But if you just DuckDuckGo, Pam Bondi, bikini, you'll because she's in Florida, right? Or she was for a long time. So she's an extremely fit individual.
Phil,
Phil,
find that.
Oh,
Phil, find that. Find that after after you play this. All right, can you start it over? Because there actually is substance to this, not my juvenile humor.
Who cares?
Roll it.
We're here today because we have filed charges against the state of New York. We have filed charges against Kathy Hochul. We have filed charges against Letitia James and Mark Schroeder, who is with DMV. This is a new DOJ, and we are taking steps to protect Americans, American citizens, and angel moms, like the mom standing right behind me, who you're going to hear from in a moment. New York has chosen to prioritize illegal aliens over American citizens. It stops today. As you know, we sued Illinois, and New York didn't listen. So now you're next. Millions of illegal aliens with violent records have flooded into our communities, bringing violence and deadly drugs with them. With me today, I'm so proud to be joined by Tammy Nobles. Tammy is an angel mom. Her beautiful daughter, Kayla Hamilton, was murdered by an MS-13 member in 2022. Kayla had just turned 20 years old, and she was raped and murdered by someone who should not have been in our country. Yet, he was released, flown to Maryland, where he committed this violent murder.
So I saw a lot of people that were, obviously on the other side politically. Oh, I thought Pam Bondi was not going to weaponize the DOJ against Trump's political rivals. But you're leaving out the most convenient, important fact here, which should be right in the opening sentence of the opening paragraph. This is in response to New York not adhering to federal law, which you don't have the right to just say, well, we'll think about it. No, you either adhere to it or there will be repercussions, whether it's Illinois, Colorado, California. There's a handful of states. We're also seeing pushback. There's a Michigan school district that will not comply with Trump's Title IX policy, so they're going to get stripped of their funding that they receive as a public institution. So that's fine. So if Kathy Hochul and Letitia James want to continue to play this game, just remember, as 7-year-old Nick would say, well, they started it, right? And also, it's not fun when the rabbit has the gun, right? So now you're going to have to deal with it. So keep putting up a fight.
But good for her sticking up for law enforcement. The fact that they allow people to have fake IDs like this and the law enforcement's not even allowed to know who they are, that's crazy.
Yep.
By the way, she continues, this might be a little warning shot to Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. Roll 10.
And if you don't comply with federal law, we will hold you accountable.
Uh-oh.
We did it to Illinois.
Uh-oh.
Strike 1. Strike 2 is New York.
Uh-oh.
And if you are a state not complying with federal law, you're next. Get ready. And the great men and women of law enforcement are standing behind me today. We have FBI, DEA, ATF agents. They put their lives on the line every single day to protect us. And what New York has, they have green light laws, meaning they're giving a green light to any illegal alien in New York where law enforcement officers cannot check their identity if they pull them over. Law enforcement officers do not have access to their background. And if these great men and women pull over someone and don't have access to their background, they have no idea who they're dealing with. And it puts their lives on the line every single day. Violent criminals, gang members, drug traffickers, human smugglers will no longer terrorize the American people. And that is why we are here today. You will be held accountable if you do not follow federal law. It's over, it ends, and we're coming after you.
How about that? Yeah, that's like a wrestling promo. She's like Bill Goldberg. You're next, Josh Shapiro. You're next, Larry Krasner. Don't let us get into the Keystone State and find out. By the way, that really is outrageous that you could be a law enforcement officer in New York, pull somebody over, and have to not be able to not only do your job, but potentially exit the encounter with not knowing whether or not your safety is in danger. I don't know what the legal maneuver is to get around that, but that's outrageous that they protect people like that in New York. And ask yourself why.
Yeah, and also, so if you're a citizen and you have your ID and you're complying, but you have, whatever's messed up, they can look you up.
Mm-hmm.
But they can't look up somebody these are special protections.
Yes.
So how does this go over with actual citizens in a community? Like that, to me, the whole thing is just upside down.
It is.
Speaking of sanctuary cities, Worcester, Massachusetts just voted to become a transgender sanctuary city.
Folks, get to YouTube for this one, please.
I'm just curious. Like, I'm not trying to minimize anything, but like, are transgender people under attack?
No, I say it every day. If they were, there would be headline news on CNN and MSNBC of all these attacks on the community. I see the opposite. I see more ranting and raving from these people on social media or in front of a microphone, or the stories, and I know, Dawn, you see pedophiles around every corner, but I see more stories of people that identify in this community that get busted in stings for trying to engage in sexual acts with minors than I see the alleged white supremacist straight white male vilifying and terrorizing the LGBT community. It doesn't really exist.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT if you want to see a little bit of this video. I ask because this just seems to me to be like a show. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna say that we're a sanctuary city for this just to kind of get headlines and to, you know what I mean?
And then dress up as a clown.
Well, this woman.
You want to give the link on how people can watch this? This is the highlight of the day, in my opinion.
YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT. Roll it.
I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't.
All right, Phil, you know the deal.
You think
Phil,
you're
you know the
afraid
deal.
of-
Pause it. We got to analyze. We'll get to her content in a moment, but as usual, we got to break this down. So that is a for those that are not able to get there, blue hair could very well be a wig.
No, it's definitely a wig.
Yeah. eyebrows that are completely fake, white gloves.
White makeup on her face, right, Dawn?
Yeah, white makeup. And
she looks like Ronald McDonald.
A midnight green, I don't know,
Bustier?
halter top bustier over top of what looks like a normal shirt.
Like a sheer kind of a shirt. And then, but the blue, just so you can picture it, it's like a royal blue wavy hairdo. I don't know if it's a wig or that's a real hair.
No, I think that's a wig. I could be wrong.
She performs at birthday parties over the weekend as well as her side hustle.
That's not right. All right, roll it.
Go ahead.
You should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Can you wrap up, please?
Hey, hang on. Rewind it from the very beginning because I want to hear what she said. And he was like, all right, wrap this up.
Yeah, this clown show, no pun intended, is going to come to an end. So she's afraid, or he, whatever is going on there, is afraid of Trump. I would counter with, and I'm not really afraid of this individual, but maybe there are some people that see this individual and say, you know what? I'm going to walk on the other side of the sidewalk. I'm going to cross the street a little early today. Probably not the most.
I need the city to protect me because the federal government won't. And if you think you're afraid of Trump, you should see how afraid of Trump I am.
Can you wrap up, please?
Yes, I can. If you say that you're afraid of Trump and that's why you don't want the city to be a safe space for trans people, you better prepare for trans people to make this a very unsafe space.
I'm shaking right now.
Uh-oh.
I don't want to be here.
Well, then go.
I'm sorry. Am I taking too long pleading for my life?
You remembered how many children I have and that 2 of them are trans.
Purple hair.
2.
I speak as both the B and the T in the LGBT.
What's a B and a T?
It's the bacon and the tomato.
Which is a connective tissue disorder that causes me immense physical pain. I'm on the autism spectrum.
Shocking.
And I have narcolepsy, and I couldn't drive myself here, so I had to hide from my driver that I was in drag, which is not an easy thing to do in drag.
I do not want to be here. It's my day off.
Is that Bieber?
I do not want to be in your DMs.
Look at this.
I do not want to be in your email inboxes. I do not want my creativity writing diss tracks like Kendrick. I don't want to spend an hour applying glitter on my face so that you will hear and see me.
You seem stable.
I want you to listen to me.
Let us remember that the Nazis burned the books that the Nazis burned books on gender sciences first. Now the administration has villainized and marginalized migrant workers,
hit the gym, buddy.
LGBT people,
take some reading lessons too.
Special needs, denying life-saving and affirming care.
Can you look at me and tell me how many of my friends need to die before you do anything?
Who's dying?
Look at me.
Honestly, who's dying?
Who died?
Oh!
Yeah, see, mentally unhinged, folks. Jimmy Kelly says, going back to our first individual with the curly blue hair, that she looks like Howard Stern with a blue wig on.
I am woke, and I love it.
Who's being denied? These are all adults, and if they want to pay
100%
for their medical care or their
Nobody's
procedure,
stopping them.
They absolutely can.
Nobody's stopping them. Nobody's stopping them. Like, honestly, you be you.
What's the issue?
The fat white dude there was the most sane of all. I just thought that was some guy that packs a truck in South Philly.
You be you. Like honestly. And who's dying?
Nobody.
But they're saying that they're being denied. Were they able to apply for something that paid for their procedure?
Let's not do a power ranking of who's denied what procedure for what absurd cause.
Yeah.
Because I would argue that J.D. Vance's relative that's 12 years old deserves a heart more than Bozo the Clown does. Getting enough already with these people.
We have so much more. I have not even gotten into so apparently they found one representative said that they found some interesting things in the JFK file.
Yes.
We will get to this on the other side if you want to do this. Mm-hmm. She also said that they're going to bring back the Warren Commission, and the entire Warren Commission is dead. So I'm not sure how serious this chick is, but.
Well, if we can give checks to dead people, we can bring the Warren Commission back, right?
But let's do this on the other side.
Right,
Stay there, by the way. Stay there on YouTube because I want to play a video of a car and a train and I want to get both of your opinions on if this person handled this whole thing correctly. But we'll do that on the other side.
Kayal and Company back after this.
Talk to us about Piazza.
Yeah.
Got to talk about our friends at Piazza. Yes, Piazza Premium Autos. The extensive selection at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City truly combines luxury with performance across the full line of sedans, SUVs, coupes, roadsters, and more. From the powerful engine of the 2025 C-Class sedan to the impressive towing capacity of the 2025 GLE SUV, you're going to find a luxury vehicle that meets your needs. Just schedule a test drive behind the wheel of your dream Mercedes-Benz or shop Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. Go to PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for autopay and e-billing.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Audacy app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? What? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
Oh, it's Kayal and Company, 8:47 World Radio Day as we continue with the never-ending cut sheet.
By the way, Jane writes in, and Jane, I love Jane, but she writes in and she says, transgenders live happily in your guys' heads nonstop, but it sells.
No, actually, it's the opposite.
They don't. I'm the ultimate live and let live person. You will not find a bigger libertarian than me. Like, I don't care what you do, as long as you're not harming me or my family.
Right.
I'm just curious about the whole, these people are killing us.
I'm just reacting to their obsession of their own identity and the fugazi claims that they're not allowed to live their life. I mean, short of keeping women and men in separate bathrooms. And I'm like you. I say, look, love who you want to love, sleep with who you want to sleep with, as long as it's consensual and as long as it's amongst adults and no minors are involved. Knock yourself out. I couldn't care less.
Yeah, I would agree with that. By the way, can you roll cut one here? This is I've been sitting on this for a couple of days. I think this happened on Sunday. We like to be on top of the news here, especially on the cut sheet. It's all breaking stuff. It's all top of the stuff that happened. This happened on Sunday, but I hadn't been sitting on it. Jeff Andrew was on Fox News on Sunday.
Has he found the Iranian mothership yet?
Well, it's interesting because those easy passes. I'm sure there's people right now at 9 or at 8:49 going through an easy pass. The ones in New Jersey, guess who won the contract for them?
Who won the contract for the New Jersey Easy Pass?
Roll it.
Before we let you go, got to ask you about this. A China-linked firm has gotten a $1.7 billion Easy Pass contract in New Jersey. You want this decision reversed immediately. Look, Congressman, I drive through Jersey all the time to visit my parents. I don't want the CCP knowing my whereabouts and what I'm doing. With all that we know about China, how did this happen?
This gets filed under you couldn't make it up. Only in New Jersey. God, I love New Jersey. It's my state. I've lived there my whole life. But what are we doing? I mean, there was an American company that bid lower. That was the company that's been doing Easy Pass for New Jersey and for many states. They weren't awarded the bid. This is a company that is connected directly with the CCP, with the Chinese Communist Party. And, the New Jersey Turnpike and these other roads are very important. They can monitor where our military equipment is being driven, where people's personal driving habits are, and everything else. And China, the company that got it, is now linked with China and used to be a U.S. company, but China bought it out. It was actually bought out. So we've got to get on the beam here. This needs to be rebid, and we need to work with an American company about very fragile, very important, very sensitive American information, and not what we're doing at this point in time. Hopefully they reverse that. And we've written to the Turnpike Authority. They need to take a second look.
That is crazy.
It really is. And I'm a capitalist, and that applies to states and state contracts. But now I don't know what the American-based firm that Van Drew's talking about, what their bid was. But if their bid was $1.5 billion and China and this CCP-backed business was 1.7, well, maybe then we cough up the little percentile and go America first. That's the way I would do it. But it's really disturbing just when we think about all of the ways in which China is, imposing their will on us, from spy balloons to police precincts in big cities to purchasing farmland from an agricultural standpoint, to the most minute things that the average Turnpike user and Easy Pass user has no idea about, right?
Yep. It's crazy. It's crazy to me that we would even allow this a lot like that has relations with relations. Has a link.
Yeah, in bed with Xi.
Has a link to the CCP.
Yeah.
And we're like, yeah, sure, controller Easy Pass, no problem. What could possibly go wrong?
Yep.
What kind of information do we have tied into our Easy Pass, right, Dawn?
Yep.
Well, this is the same country that makes most of our prescription meds.
It's true. You're
so
right.
The pill that a lot
You're
of people
right.
swallow every day for your
You're
whatever
right.
blood pressure, it's all coming from China. So we have to. I don't know. I think we have to pick and choose.
We do.
You're
right. Because not everyone is in bed with the CCP. And if you try, I always love these people that will hit me up from time to time on social media. Oh, foreign product. Go about your life every single day and look at every single product and try to be an American first consumer and buyer. It is almost impossible to do. And if you actually take the time to do it and pull it off at a good percentage, God bless you.
Yeah.
I would also encourage you to get a life.
Yeah.
But so think about it. In the world, we do major business with China.
Right.
They're a business partner. And so then I guess when they get too much, too competitive, then our government or people say, oh, they're evil, they're communists. Well, then, okay, let's stop doing business with them. Stop it.
Right.
But since we're in bed with them already, now we're going to argue over this contract, that contract, so they just have to regulate it.
Mm-hmm. They are the only nation that gives me a little anxiety.
I teased this in the last segment. This is Representative Anna Paulina Luna, who, this got 3, Phil. Looking into the JFK files, she said this during a press conference a couple of days ago. Roll it.
What's your priority list? Is Epstein, 9/11?
Our first investigation will be announced, but it's...
Hang on. Stop it for a second, and then re-rack it, because I had heard, now mind you, this was from Glenn Beck, who's made a lot of claims that have not come true.
Yeah, I saw this clip.
However, he said that in the next 10 days, and this was probably 2 days ago, in the next 10 days, the Epstein file will be released. And he said he heard about this from Kash Patel.
Okay. Well, that's
Do
great.
we buy that?
Well, what version are we going to get? Are we going to have redactions? Are we going to have a bunch of smudged out, blacked out areas? Or are we getting full transparency? The same thing with JFK. The same thing with all these other things that Trump has said the American public deserves to know. And Trump, I believe, used the phrase in its entirety. So that means, in the way I interpret that, is full transparency, no redactions. Because if not, then it's not in its entirety.
Yep.
So I will go on record right now. If you guys want to, that's great as well. Just Epstein and JFK. I think we're going to get a whole bunch of nothing.
Well,
and I believe there's
okay.
more, but I think we will get something that comes out and we're like, this is what we were waiting for?
Not according to this representative. Roll this, Phil.
What's your priority list? Is Epstein, 9/11?
Our first investigation will be announced, but it's going to be covering on a thorough investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. And I can tell you, based on what I've been seeing so far, the initial hearing that was actually held here in Congress was actually faulty in the single bullet theory. I believe that there were 2 shooters, and we should be finding more information as we are able to gain access into the SCIF, hopefully before the files are actually released to the public.
2 shooters.
Okay. I mean, we'll see. I mean, but even if we do get the full transparency and it's, quote, juicy and salacious, it's going to be a big segment of the population that's like, see, I told you so, right? And they're going to act, oh, we've been saying that for 45 years.
I mean, I've been on record saying that Lee Harvey Oswald did not act alone.
I agree with you.
However, I don't know. Like, I feel like if the way things leak now, you would think that something would have leaked out over the years. No?
Well, possibly. Although, people that want to continue to be alive probably don't want to shoot their mouth off, which I also have less respect for, of releasing, sensitive information once all parties involved have perished.
I mean,
that's low energy. That's weak. I'll tell you this, if you're telling me right now I get the full JFK files or I get July 13th, I'd rather have July 13th. Have we ever been told?
It's a great, yeah.
Have we ever been told about the Thomas Matthew Crook cell phone that was encrypted?
Nope.
Have they unlocked that yet? If the answer is no, and that phone is still not unencrypted or whatever that would be, you're telling me we can't outwit a 20-year-old?
Yeah, or they don't want us to see it. She also seems to say here that she's going to bring in the Warren Commission to do this investigation. Roll it.
What sort of witnesses will you expect to have at your hearings?
They're all dead.
Should that be department heads, former employees of various agencies?
Would you like to jump in? Yeah, I was going to say, based on what we're actually looking to do with the JFK investigation, I'm looking to actually bring in some of the attending physicians at the initial assassination, and then also people that had been on the various commissions looking into, like the Warren Commission looking into the initial assassinations. There's been conflicting evidence, and I think that even the FBI at the time reported some anomalies in the initial autopsy at Bethesda, Maryland. All of those, though, seem to have been rinsed and repeated in the media to push a certain narrative that we don't agree with. And
By the way, so I don't know about the physicians. I'm sure some of them are still alive because I thought I saw a documentary where some of them have spoken out.
Mm-hmm.
But everybody on the Warren Commission is dead. Yeah. So, like, I don't know what she intends to find from that. But unless you want to bring back the Warren Commission, but there was a whole thing written about it, so I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. It's interesting.
The Warren Commission. Who else can we bring back from the dead? We got to do that show one day. Who would you like to bring back to life? Warren Commission probably wouldn't be up on my list with people. Chris Farley might be, though.
I wanted to play this for with the Eagles parade tomorrow. Who was Jason Kelsey rooting for in the Super Bowl?
Eagles, of course.
No.
So he cried on his podcast because it was so emotional for him because, he has some brothers on the Eagles, but also his actual brother. This was from the New Heights podcast. And yes, I'm going to get to the train thing in just 1 second. So get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/at1210WPHT if you want to see the video. Roll Jason Kelsey and Travis Kelsey talking about the Super Bowl.
What was it like for you watching this one?
Terrible.
Yeah. You tweeted out something.
I didn't even want to tweet it. I think I would rather do it here because you'd be able to talk more.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what happens. Whatever you say is going to get clipped or touched and put out. It sucks. I've always supported you.
Every step of the way.
It was hard to navigate because obviously I'm trying to say that I have people on the Eagles that I love, and I also have you. And I tried to make it known that I was rooting for you, and it felt like I couldn't be right. It felt like no matter what I said, some people were going to skew it and say that I'm rooting for the Eagles, and some people were going to skew it and say that I was rooting for the Chiefs or Travis, and it sucked.
That's the world we live in, man. I know I always had your support, and I joked around saying with your cheering for the Eagles, listen, you and Kylie are there in Philly and have created one of the most beautiful situations that I've ever seen. You guys are loved by the community out there. Everything from the foundation stuff that Kylie does, both of you guys do, to the countless amount of hours and years you spent in that organization, giving it everything that you have. You don't have to explain anything to anybody. As long as the people right here, I know who Jason Kelsey is, and I know my brother and what his intentions are, and nobody can ever confuse that. I think the people in the Philadelphia organization understand exactly who you are and what you represent and how you were saying it.
It was very, very hard to watch. Yeah. As much as I love the Eagles, as much as I love the city of Philadelphia, there was not a ounce of me that
God, freaking Super Bowl. Calm down. Everybody,
and I know that, I don't know.
It's a game.
I tried to correlate that I was rooting for both sides the whole time and that I was going to be happy and sad regardless.
It's a unique situation that nobody can relate to. Nobody can relate to this.
Yeah, nobody can relate to
us
because we're rich and sick. Okay. No,
yeah. So the struggle is real.
I can't take these two.
It's such an easy answer. You're damned if you do. You're damned if you don't. You're rooting for both, and you're rooting against. So I mean, it's as simple as that. You're going to cry over that. And I look at Jason Kelsey.
Let him express himself. These are brothers who love each other. And that's what he's saying. He loves his brother.
That's exactly the reaction I
Here's
wanted.
why he's crying. He's crying because his brother, he played horribly.
His brother's got 3 titles. He's good.
I know. No, he's good. He's very good. But he did not have a good, let's just be real.
Yeah, it's because he's more focused on his afterlife with his,
Whatever.
with his,
I don't
with
know
his
what
chick.
happened. You know.
And his bad haircut. By the way, Travis Kelsey all of a sudden has like the John Cena hair.
Yeah.
Have you seen the John Cena post-retirement hair? Just like coiffed thing going on.
Yep.
Not that I'm jealous or anything, because I'm not.
But as far as the Kelseys, I mean, as far as Jason, I think he and Kylie are awesome people.
They need to go away.
They will be.
Their beer's
in. By the way, they'll be at the Polar Plunge fundraising for autism. I will be there. Mike's Seafood.
Oh, they do great
stuff.
stuff.
So Seattle City, they're beautiful people, and they support a lot of local charities.
Yeah,
they're great people.
Great human beings.
And
There's no question.
He's a big brother. He loves his brother. That's awesome. He's crying for his brother.
This nonsense too, with the way Taylor Swift was treated. Saquon Barkley. Fox News has this story. Saquon Barkley doesn't understand the Taylor Swift hate at the Super Bowl, says she made the game bigger. No, she didn't make the game bigger. She's actually gotten to the point where it's nauseating seeing her expressions. But as far as the, quote, hate towards her, to me, there's three things. Number one, there's more Eagle fans than Chiefs fans.
Yes.
That's why she got booed, because she's cheering for the opposition. That's number one. Number two, people are tired of the exposure in the NFL venues and the telecasts that she gets. I understand her stardom, but I don't need to see her walking down the tunnel as she rolls into Arrowhead Stadium for a Week 12 game. Ooh, Taylor Swift arrived. Who cares? And then number three, it's because she's anti-Trump. That's the third thing. That's not the number one thing. I've seen all these articles, conservatives hate Taylor. No, we're just tired of being inundated with the Kelseys and the Swifts, right? I'm done with all of them. The Mannings, the Watts.
But she did, I think what Saquon means is that she did indeed bring a whole new set of fans to the NFL who want to watch.
Has she?
Yes. Yeah, the ratings did go up, remember?
Well.
So technically she did.
I mean, my daughters are into it.
Yeah, I mean, what are her expressions? She does
Well, her reaction to being booed at the Superdome was pretty priceless.
Because she's never been booed in her life.
She should be booed more often.
I don't know. I just think she's not there. It's fun to talk about because it's meaningless. But the fact that anybody really cares, and I don't think is she anti-Trump or did she endorse?
No, she's definitely endorsed. She's endorsed Democrats.
The Democrat.
Well, I mean, she endorsed Kamala, but didn't perform or anything like that. She could have really helped her if she did, and she didn't do that.
She chose to not do that. I will tell you, in the suburbs, I know a lot of moms. They have cut out the Taylor Swift stuff because they're conservative moms.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I haven't reached. I wouldn't do that. I'm not gonna. I would always take my girls if they want something. It's not that she's, anti-conservative. The only time I would cut my girls off from Taylor Swift is if the money starts to pile up. I'm not getting you another Stanley with Swifty on it. You've got 40 Stanleys. By the way, how many Stanleys does a kid need? Have you noticed this?
They don't need any.
It's the most important thing a kid in school can have today. It's not the cell phone. Mm-hmm. It's not what kind of book bag. It's not your sneakers. It's whether or not you're carrying around the 52-ounce jug Stanley.
Oh, God, I can't.
Because they're not allowed to have a plastic water bottle at the school.
Oh, so they can walk around with basically a sledgehammer and drink out of it.
I can't.
Just wait, Greg. It's coming.
Yeah, I can't.
Get ready, pal.
I'm leaving the country.
By the way, what did we... I'm sorry.
No, go.
No, Shirley's defending you, which I think is sweet because nobody ever really defends Greg.
Who's Shirley?
That's a burner account for Greg's mom.
On our YouTube.
Oh, on YouTube. Okay.
She said I was interrupting you earlier, so I was like, I'm sorry.
Well, I was yelled at the other day when Tony Bruno was on because I was constantly interrupting him and you.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you have to because Tony doesn't hear.
Well, I'm also trying to keep the show moving.
Well, plus I don't know. We don't even realize we're doing it, to be really honest.
No.
It's called a conversation.
Nobody here takes offense over it. None.
No. I actually encourage it.
Caroline Leavitt yesterday, and I know this happened early in the afternoon, so I'm sure it was played on, the afternoon show and everybody yesterday. But I wanted to play this because the AP was banned from the press briefings, the press room, because they refused to acknowledge the Gulf of America. Right? So they were not allowed in the press. So what's her name? Caitlin Collins asked Caroline Leavitt about that yesterday, and this is what she said. Roll it.
Is the argument because the reason that the AP was barred, which they said was because they're not using the phrase Gulf of America, they're using Gulf of Mexico in line with their standards. And so the question here is this setting a precedent that this White House will retaliate against reporters who don't use the language that you guys believe reporters should use? And how does that align with the First Amendment commitment that you were just talking about?
I was very upfront in my briefing on day one that if we feel that there are lies being pushed by outlets in this room, we are going to hold those lies accountable. And it is a fact that the body of water off the coast of Louisiana is called the Gulf of America. And I'm not sure why news outlets don't want to call it that, but that is what it is.
Like
the
Veep.
Secretary of Interior has made that the official designation in the geographical identification name server, and Apple has recognized that, Google has recognized that, pretty much every other outlet in this room has recognized that body of water as the Gulf of America, and it's very important to this administration that we get that right, not just for people here at home, but also for the rest of the world. Sure.
That is called stupid.
Get with the program, people.
You know, my
It's the
wife.
Gulf of America.
My wife texted me. She says, you know, Google Maps is now showing it as the Gulf of America.
Apple too.
So was Apple, yeah.
Oh, Apple
So-
caught up too.
Yeah.
It's the name of it. So get with the program. And
Yeah.
if you don't have the proper name of a place, then how can anybody trust you with any information?
I actually disagree. Not for the sake of, not for the sake of radio.
Oh, God.
I mean, I
you
have
cannot believe you're BS'd on. You cannot believe it.
I have no issue with. You can call it whatever the hell you want. You could call it the Gulf of Gulf
could
Shores,
call it-
Alabama, for all I care. You know, you could call it the Destin 30A. It doesn't matter to me what you call the body of water. I don't like banning. I mean, if this was like a troll, like a one-day thing, but if it's a serious ban for that reporter. Now, the bigger issue I have with the Associated Press is all the funding they were receiving from USAID. I mean, that's propaganda. But this seems a little petty for me. Like, I mean, it's not a big deal, but, you know, I wouldn't like it the other way around if the binder banned somebody from Newsmax because they didn't call it what Joe wants it to be called.
Well, I don't
think, which is why I don't get caught up in this whole Greenland, Panama Canal. I know a lot of people have done dialogues and monologues on it. Call it whatever the hell you want. I've got more pressing issues in my life than what we're calling bodies of water.
All right. Speaking of, I agree with you, by the way, Kayal. The whole thing is a giant troll drop. You guys realize that,
Of
and
course,
and
but-
the press is playing into it.
Mm-hmm.
The press is playing into it. So
Okay.
like, just stop. Just stop. Nobody cares one way or another if it's the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America. Nobody cares.
I have actually more of an issue with.
No, it's Gulf, but the name of it is Gulf of America. I mean, when we
Until the next president comes in and changes it back.
here in
You know
Philadelphia,
what I mean? Like, it's
here
just,
in Philadelphia,
it's a ping
when
pong
they
ball of
changed
stupidity.
City Line Avenue to City Avenue, and anybody accidentally said City Line, oh, it was like you got in big trouble. They still will say that stuff, right? So this,
Well, you guys
the
will swallow
renaming of
anything,
things.
won't you? Holy cripe.
Holy cripe.
What
I
did
like
you
that.
say?
Holy
I said,
cripe.
Holy cripe.
It's a mixture of crap and gripes. Cripe.
My Lord.
Or a crepe.
If dear leader says it, we will do it.
No, I mean, when Democrats do this and ban conservative media and all this and that, it's fine. Nobody talks about it.
Well,
and
and
so
that's
they're
your-
just returning the favor.
Donna, it's a great point. I mean, this is anything that the Trump administration does now, you can look at it one of two ways. You can say, well, that's hypocrisy because you said you weren't going to do X, Y, or Z. Like when we were talking about the Pam Bondi story against New York, you can look at it one of two ways. It's either, well, they didn't follow the law federally, so they get what they have coming, or you're going back on what you said about weaponized government against your political opponents. The same thing here. A lot of this stuff was created by the Biden administration, censorship and bans and things like that. So do I want to see it from this side? No. But you know what? They created the precedent. You know, if you don't like it, then you shouldn't have initiated it.
Get on over to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210 WPHT. By the way, that take is the only take like that you're going to hear on this radio station because everybody else is, oh, it's great, it's great, it's great, it's wonderful. Sorry.
But who are you, as the Associated Press? Who are you to decide? Oh, well, something is named. Is the Associated Press going to report on Philadelphia and say City Line Avenue? They're going to say, well, you named it City Avenue years ago, but we're not going to call it City Avenue because we are the Associated Press. And we know better.
I could care less about the Associated Press or their access to anything.
Who are they? Who are you? It's legally called Gulf of America. Get over it.
If a man can call himself a woman, why can't we call the Gulf of Mexico Gulf of America?
See?
Right.
Touche, Kayal. Touche.
You know, what the hell?
All right, get on over to YouTube, youtube.com. My fun is done. youtube.com/@1210 WPHT.
My fun is done.
I want to get both of your reactions to this, and I want to get the viewers' reaction to this too. For those of you who can't get over to YouTube, Nick, if you can describe this. This happened in Utah. So when you're driving across train tracks and the arms come down, right? So this car was like in the middle of like the intersection while the things were coming down.
No man's land.
And what do? Do you go forward? Do you go around it? He tried to back up.
You don't block the box.
You have to see the way this person handled this. And I want to ask you guys if you would do this too. Nick, for those of you who can't go to YouTube, can you do your play-by-play on this?
Yes.
Roll it.
All right, so one car just went through. Here comes a white SUV. Looked like he got hit in the butt by the car behind him. But now the guardrails have dropped down. He backs up, knocks it open like a swinging turnstile. Now the other guy's starting to back up. He's like, all right, pal, come on, keep coming. And he's still about 20% on the tracks. Now he's inching again forward. Now he's getting out of the car, folks. He's going back to the other truck behind him. And here comes the train track. Here comes the caboose. Goodbye.
Are they blowing the horn?
Bye-bye.
Oh!
Bye-bye, Subaru.
Oh!
It's always a Subaru driver.
Oh, my God.
That's your
I did
only.
not expect that.
That is your only level of recourse for that, is to back up and say, well, I guess I have to get out of the car. Like, I understand why he got out of the car.
Can we go back to the beginning where he is officially about 20% on it and then just freezes?
Yeah.
Because because at this point it's easier for him to just keep backing up.
Yes.
Worst thing is, he maybe breaks his back windshield or rips that thing off.
Go back to the very.
Now he could gun it right now and get across.
That's what I mean.
The other side's not restricted.
Well, the other side might be. Can you start at the very beginning, Phil? Thank you. See, because it comes down. Look, if you look at the far left there, it comes down there too.
Yep.
He shouldn't have done that.
No,
he shouldn't have gone that.
All right, but
there's plenty of time. He can back up though.
It's
Just
still
back
open.
up.
Yeah.
Rewind it just a little bit.
Phil.
Yeah. And now I feel like John Madden with the telestrator. And boom.
And boom.
So I mean, he could literally just go across. Right. I mean, he's halfway across.
Yep.
And
he could go though. Go.
Yeah, just go.
Go.
Yeah.
Oh. I don't understand why he didn't keep going further back then.
He should have just kept
going.
going.
Yeah, just either go forward or he who hesitates is lost.
Yes.
Exactly.
This is why you just need to have a take and don't suck.
Yeah, thank you.
This guy didn't have a take. He was wishy-washy.
I mean, at least he got out of the car, or maybe it's.
Look, he's already backing into the gate. The other person's backing up for him or her.
He's 15.
Watch this. Oh, man.
Oh, he definitely got hit with debris, too.
I'm guessing it's a female.
Well, it's blurred out.
It's blurred out. You can't
blurring
see
it.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a female too. I
Has
have
to be a
say it.
broad. Yeah.
Look at this. In that Jeep.
Yeah.
That's a Jeep SUV.
Oh, that's a Jeep. You're right. It's a good call. Yeah,
No, it was Peter that said it.
This is
It's not a Subaru.
It's not a Subaru. There's so many more options than to I'm glad the person got out of the car so they weren't hurt or
Thank
killed.
God.
But there's so many more options. Like, just keep going or back up. Who cares if you break the?
Yeah.
Those arms aren't that strong. They're always falling off.
Parent of teenagers, I suspect it's a teenage girl who didn't know that's mom or dad's
And
car.
I feel for that real
I hate to
American dude
say
in
it.
that truck back there. You know, he got some debris all over his F-150.
Can you imagine, though? Can you imagine coming home to mom and dad, if you are correct on, which I suspect you are? Can you imagine coming home to mom and dad saying, so good news and bad news?
I'm alive.
The good news is I'm alive. The bad news is your car was hit by a train.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do?
And Phil reiterates what I just said. There was no gate ahead of the driver.
Yeah.
And he was, or she or whoever was halfway across. I mean, literally, another 3 seconds, you're in the clear, and you're down to the next red light, and the whole thing is avoided.
Like, there's so many options there than to do what that person did.
Yeah. Yep.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. By the way, do you ever drive across train tracks and just assume you're good, even though there's no lights flashing, or do you kind of slow down a little bit and just kind of?
Oh, dude. I'm glad you say that. I drive over train tracks literally almost every day.
Yeah.
And I always slow down and I always look because I'm always
too.
afraid that the arm's not working.
Right, the light's not working.
Yes.
Hell, the light's not working here at 24th and Market in the
It's
morning.
the worst.
I got to come through and just peek out.
It's green and red at the same time.
At the same time.
It's ridiculous.
I had a guy beep at me this morning, and I said, dude, I'm not going until that red is gone.
Yep.
My uncle, he wasn't really my uncle, he was my dad's cousin, Uncle Bob, we called him. He was a farmer in Michigan.
Uncle Bob.
And that's how he died.
What?
Yeah.
Like that?
He was hit. There was not a an arm to drop, and he was in his pickup truck.
Good
and I don't know
God.
what was going on, and he was struck and killed.
See, now I'm going to have to look every day.
Yeah.
Every day.
So I'm always cognizant of that. This is, I'm not making it up.
Tony of Pottstown says blue hair person, probably.
Yeah.
No, it's a girl. Look at her. She's wearing either Crocs or like those Ugg slippers. This is Utah.
Yeah.
So, you know.
I'm sorry. Jack with the line of YouTube says perhaps she had a dead buddy in the passenger seat.
Oh my
you know what I mean?
God.
It's like, well, I don't know. He was hit by a train. Sorry.
Yep.
They're saying that it's a female.
Yes.
It is
Thank
a
you.
female.
Thank you, Don Stens.
And the SUV is clearly totaled, but as well, they're saying now that the train, there are $100,000 in damages. So if my theory's right, I just have this feeling this is like a 16 or 17-year-old female. And I feel so sorry for those parents because your auto insurance is probably, what is that insurance? Now it's like $10,000 a year or something.
Yeah,
crazy.
she's uninsurable. She'll be on Safe Auto for the rest of her life.
Oh my
Safe
gosh.
Auto. All right, we really have to break.
Hey, true story. When I got into my car accident when I was 16,
Yeah.
remember I told you I went through the four-way intersection, I T-boned somebody, and the cop came up to me, said he was going to rip my head off and poop down my throat. My first and the only insurance I could get after that, after I got my license back a year later, Safe Auto, I was paying $395 a month for
Oh,
insurance.
my God. In the early 2000s, that must have been,
Oh my goodness.
that's a lot of money.
It was more than my gas and my car payment combined. Da, da, da. All right. Coming back, we'll get to a big three, plus a lot of your calls. My entire board is filled with phone calls on the Gulf of America versus the Gulf of Mexico. This is phenomenal.
I have a feeling, well, we'll see.
They're definitely sticking up for you, my love. Oh, they definitely are. Yeah.
That the 9 o'clock hour is brought to you by Meineke. When you step on your brakes,
did I offend somebody? This person should have gone to Meineke, by the way.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
And maybe she'll take her car into Meineke. Hopefully she didn't buy that from Piazza. When you step on your brakes and you hear a squeal or a grinding noise, well, don't wait. Take your car to your locally owned and operated Meineke, and their expert technicians will diagnose the problem. Find a location near you at Meineke.com. We cross the tracks on the other side of Kayal and Company. And remember, folks, don't block the box. Back after this.
There's no need to wait. The time is always right at Colonial Hyundai. Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar. Today's the best day to buy a new car at Colonial. We have over 200 vehicles in stock. New Palisades, Konas, Tucsons, and the exciting EVs that have taken the world by storm, the Ioniq 5 and 6. We understand that everyone's needs, budgets, and challenges are different, but here at Colonial, we take the stress out of buying a new car. Big incentives, like $6,500 for your trade, guaranteed, no matter the condition. The best financing in the business, no matter your credit, with rates as low as 0%. Plus, we streamline the buying process so you can be in and out of our dealership in no time without any unnecessary hassle or waiting. So why wait? Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com or visit us on Lincoln Highway in Downtown. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
0% financing applies on select 2024 new Hyundai models. $6,500 for your trade, not available on EVs. Offers cannot be combined. See dealer for more details.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
This is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Are you ready for retirement? Have you prepared everything you need? Well, in Investor Schooling, we will teach you ways to better prepare for your retirement using real estate and the stock market. But you need to learn how to do it right, and that's what we teach. At Investor Schooling, we sell nothing but education. Come to Investor Schooling and learn how to have a better retirement. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now for this Thursday's class at 7 o'clock. Go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now. RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-707-8989. 800-707-8989. 800-707-8989.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Rhea here to tell you about the exciting things going on at Lexus of Cherry Hill. The L Certified Winter Collection Sales Event is going on now. New year, new ride. Receive special finance rates on L Certified Lexus models now through March 3rd. Over 300 new and pre-owned vehicles to choose from. Lexus of Cherry Hill is family and veteran owned and operated, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored. And there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Free speech lives here with Kayal and Company weekday mornings on Audacy's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Ain't seen nothing yet.
It's Kayal and Company, 9:25, live on a Thursday morning World Radio Day. We didn't invent the format. We just perfected it, folks. 855-839-1210. At 1210 WPHT on all the socials, the YouTube comments as well, where a lot of times 2/3 of the show pays attention to the YouTube comments and then participates in your conversation as I'm bloviating into the wind. Let's grab some calls. Barbara is in Franklin. I don't know what this is, Jimmy. Franklinville, New Jersey, I guess. Barbara, hello. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Great show, as always. I'm actually in the Socialist Republic of New Jersey.
Condolences.
Sorry.
Anyway, I wanted to comment on the Google Map situation. I was talking to a friend in England last night who is definitely pro-America and pro-Trump, and I asked him to check his Google Earth map. In England, the Google Earth map still identifies it as the Gulf of Mexico.
Ah.
Yes, yes. In parentheses, they label America.
Yes, I am seeing. Now, there's two different things here for me. I just looked it up during the break because I was hoping my wife would be wrong because I would criticize her for being wrong and making me look like a fool. I can do that on my own. So when you open up your Google Maps app and you search, it'll say Gulf of Mexico and then in parentheses, Gulf of America.
Mm-hmm.
But when you actually look at the physical map itself, it does say Gulf of America now.
Okay, well, that's a plus then.
Yes.
All right.
Yes,
that
but
makes
now,
me happier than I was. Yeah, happier than I was a minute ago.
Yeah,
okay, great.
But your friend in England might have a different version. I don't know if Google Maps in
that's
England
true. That's true.
is
Yes.
different than here in America. Yeah, so Phil just actually put it up. You will see with the red pin location.
Oh, yeah.
It is Gulf of America. And the Gulf of America only gets 4.5 stars out of 5, by the way. But it's got close to 7,000 reviews. Have you guys ever actually swam in the Gulf of America?
Yes.
Of course.
Have you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What, back when it was the Gulf of Mexico.
Right.
That's when I swam in it.
Yeah.
All the way back then.
Yes.
So,
and bodies of water can identify however they would like.
That's true. That's absolutely
Well, that's
true.
Naples, Florida, south
Yeah.
where Tony and Ms. Robin are in
Yeah.
Cape Coral.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice
You're-
side.
You're correct. If I can identify as a female, I guess the Gulf of whatever can identify as the Gulf of whatever it wants to.
That's right. Let's go to, let me try, well, how about this? We're going to take Ed in Delran. It's been a while, but we're not taking him because it's been a while. He is actually going to disagree with us for the first time.
Yeah.
Hello, Edward.
Ed.
Nick, Dawn, and Greg are my morning tea, but me and Nick today just might disagree.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I like it. Good. I don't want you to
All
agree
right,
with me.
I
That's
thought
fine.
you might.
Yes.
Here, you had basically, when they go after the other side and they're breaking the law, isn't their job to enforce the law? I don't see where there's any weaponization there if they're breaking the law and they go after them.
You talking
Now,
about,
am I wrong?
the Bondi story?
Oh, yes, absolutely
No,
I am.
and I said I'm totally on board with it because the left is trying to say that this is weaponized government, and I said they're conveniently omitting the most important fact, that the New York State Attorney General's office and the governor, Hochul and James, they're not adhering to the federal law. So this is not weaponized government. This is merely, hey, when the federal government tells the state that they have to follow this policy or deal with the repercussions, this is totally justified. I'm not ripping Bondi for this.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to clarify that and make sure.
Yeah, no.
Then very shortly you can send me right out the door.
And I'm going to send you out the door because I have more calls to take. Edward, thank you very much, pal. Good to hear from you. Mary Ann is in Doylestown. She's up next talking about inclusivity. Hello, Mary Ann.
Hi there. Listen, I'm all for the Gulf of America. It's actually more correctly geographically descriptive because the two major nations that share almost the equal amount of coastline on the Gulf of Mexico are both in North America, and that's Mexico and the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And each literally has about 1,700 miles of shoreline on the Gulf.
Yep.
So it's more inclusive to say Gulf of America because that includes the other North American nation that shares the coastline, which is Mexico. It's exclusive and kind of discriminatory to say it's just the Gulf of Mexico.
Very good point, Mary Ann.
Mary Ann from
Logic.
downtown.
Yes,
Woo!
shooting
Mary
jump
Ann.
shots from Doylestown. I love it. Great work, Mary Ann. Thank you.
You're welcome.
There she is, Mary Ann.
I like all this thought that's been put into this,
That's
by the
right.
way.
Yeah, we don't really care about Elon Musk or Trump. We're just worried about what we're going to name the Gulf of America or the Gulf of Mexico. Unbelievable. All right, we'll come back. Dawn's Big Three on the other side, as well as Today in Music History, our morning mystery movie clip for Joe Conklin tickets, and then what's on tap for the top of the hour with Dawn Stenzlin and the Dawn Show. Stay right there.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Audacy app.
You have key decisions to make about your money. Most investors don't beat the market, and neither do the hedge funds, who take a share of your profits. What if there was another way? A way for you to keep total control over your money where the interests were aligned? That's what the exclusive crash-proof retirement system is all about.
Mike Bisaccia, Logan Township, New Jersey. You can't follow the market because nobody can predict it. What you have today could be gone tomorrow. That's the way it works, up and down, and your money goes up and down. That's what led me to see if there was another alternative. Crash-proof retirement gave me that alternative. With crash-proof retirement, the money you make is credited to your account, and that money's yours. No ifs, ands, or buts. No fees. We had a high point of 13.5%. Once it's credited, it's your money to keep.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on February 25th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Rich. Zioli. We have so much to be happy about, right? So much to smile about. So how's your smile? Well, if it needs any work, it's time to make that appointment to see my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria at Veneria Dental. Yes, he's my family's dentist, and we've been going to him for years. And so have so many people in our area for decades. And for over 10 years, Dr. Mike has been recognized among his peers as a master of dental implants. That's right. Listen, having great, strong, healthy teeth doesn't just help you look and feel good, it's essential to your health. I mean, you gotta eat food, right? So listen, make your appointment with Dr. Mike Veneria today. 2 locations to serve you right over the bridge in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, and trust me, he's worth the trip. When it comes to complicated dental work, you don't want to go to the closest dentist, you want to go to the best, and Dr. Mike is the best, recognized among his peers for over 10 years as the best. So make your appointment today at veneriadental.com, VANARIA, Dr. Mike Veneria, veneriadental.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Audacy app. Download it now.
Mustard. Mustard.
I know it's coming.
Scale and Company. You know when mustard is on deck. When we come back with some heavy, heavy music. Some heavy stories from Dawn Stensland coming up shortly with a big 3. But before that, one last phone call. Because the Gulf really matters to a lot of people, apparently. Marcus Aurelius says, I care more about what Gulf gas prices will be looking like in the next couple of months.
Amen.
Amen, brother.
Thank you.
But first, Tony in Pottstown, who I think just jumped on the phones fresh off the YouTube chat. Hello, Tony.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Great show, guys.
Hola.
Hola, ¿cómo están todos? Buenos días.
Bien, ¿y tú?
Well, look at you.
Bien, bien, bien. You want me to do it in Spanish? I can.
I quit Spanish 3 in 10th grade.
Yeah.
One marking period in.
That's as far as we can go.
That's all I got, pal.
All right, so a small story, right? So when I was coming here, all you guys know that I walk here, right?
Yep.
So we went from Cozumel in Mexico. They put us in a small boat, and then we went across the American Gulf. And we got lost in the middle of the Gulf. We were lost 18 hours.
Wow.
You were just
I don't know what happened.
Out there just floating around?
Yeah, just driving around. I think the GPS died.
Oh my God!
Wow.
They were throwing, because they had this big I don't know, gallons of gas.
Mm-hmm.
And they would throw them in the water because that boat was too heavy. And they say, yo, if we don't find our way, we're gonna start throwing people.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
You were like Tom Hanks in Castaway.
I know, exactly. It was 16 of us. There was people crying. There was people throwing up. There was female with periods. Oh my God, it was. And the whole thing. When I got to the U.S., finally, the boat ran out of gas, so we had to swim for like an hour to land. It was incredible. Under the rain, it was. But I did it just to come to America,
Yeah.
the best country in the world.
Well, I tell you what, Tony, you've been through the ringer, my man. I appreciate all the commentary. Thank you so much, pal.
Wow.
Good show, guys. I love you guys.
We
Take
love
care.
you, man. Love you, man.
Thank you, brother.
Hey, Greg.
Yes, sir.
Greg,
Yes,
one
sir.
more thing.
Yes.
Can you please
Yeah.
do a Spanish song, please?
A Spanish song.
Any
Sure.
song.
Any song? Do you have
Any song.
Do you have a favorite
Request?
artist? Yeah.
I don't know. How about
Ricky Martin?
come on, no Viva la Vida Loca here. None of that.
How about you sing "Livin' La Vida Loca" for us? That would be amazing.
Yes,
Outside, inside, living la vida loca. Se fue pa Nueva York. Oh, that's the Spanish version.
I like it.
Beautiful.
Yes, I will play one coming back from the next break.
All right, very good. There you go, Tony. We take any request here on the show. You want a certain song? You want a topic? Whatever.
Only
You
for
just tell
Tony,
us.
though. Only for Tony.
There you go.
Tony's my man.
All right, let's get to the news. Time for a Dawn Stenzel Big 3 at 9:38.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number one, get this, as we talk about SEPTA, all the lane restrictions that are going to have this evening, and now there's word that, how they've been doing all this work on the I-76 on the Schuylkill Expressway when many of us come in the morning or head out. Well, now the word is that SEPTA is planning to create this flexible travel lane that will be along the Schuylkill Expressway, which is already America's one of our most dangerous highways or expressways in the nation. PennDOT would control when the lane is used and to allow, they say, easier traffic flow.
How do you
What could
create a
possibly
flexible?
go wrong?
How
I
do
know.
you create a flex lane when there's no real estate to create it? I mean, it's either mountainsides or the river.
This is crazy.
And if they can do that, why haven't they done that just in general?
We're just learning about these flex lanes. They've been having public hearings, or they had the public hearing last night for the upcoming project they're letting us know about. So it would run from Route 202, which is DeKalb Pike in Upper Marion Township, to I-476 in West Conshohocken.
Oh, okay.
So the separate project then would create a flex lane along westbound I-76 from City Ave to Belmont. So that's closer into the city.
Sure.
So-
One day only.
I know. Well, watch for this because it's going to be massive construction as they create that.
I'm trying to visualize what it would look like. How do you create this for one day only?
Well, they put, it's kind of like what they do over the bridges, like think about the Ben Franklin Bridge and they have the arrows and stuff like that.
Okay.
So they could create.
So we're allowed to drive on the shoulder now is what's happening?
No, they'll mark the lane that you can go in. So let's say if they had it for the parade, they could actually do it where they make more outbound lanes after 3 p.m., something of that nature. So that's
Okay.
part of what they're looking at.
I just can't wait to get home tomorrow.
What could possibly go
And
wrong?
then not leave my house until Tuesday.
We've got that going on. We've been talking about, obviously, the city preparing for More than 1 million people coming into the city for the big parade. We'll be live and local, of course, all morning. Bring it all to you. So come on down early and spend some time with us.
Yes. We're going to do Dawn. Dawn will be down at the parade with Dan starting at 6 a.m. And then Dom will join them at some point. We're going to do it's going to be a very fluid, like it's not going to be like the morning show, then Dawn show, then Dawn, like, it's going to be a little fluid. Like, Kayal, I might ask you to stay a little longer, just to have a little group chat about the parade. We can anchor it here while Dawn and Dan and Dom are down on the parade until we officially hand it off to them. So,
so SEPTA, there are all kinds of plans with SEPTA. They're going to try to get people in. The trains, you buy your pass if you're taking public transportation. Buy it today. That's to me, that's the big headline. You won't be able to buy it tomorrow. And they said, put your patience cap on because you might have an hour wait.
I've got a place where you can shove that patience cap.
And so we have hundreds of college football players have signed group licensing agreements for their likeness to be used on video games. This is expected to be the single largest commercial deal in the industry's history. So it's going to be more than $20 million in these deals and touching more than 100 different colleges and schools for football players being able to, because we've talked a lot about this in sports. So this is big.
Capitalizing on their own brand. I love it.
And so Alabama, Illinois, Georgia, Texas Tech, Wisconsin, Oregon, some of them. I was looking for, Pennsylvania. I'm assuming we have some Penn State. Players.
Yeah.
So we'll watch for that very carefully. But
a lot of marketable players that Penn State has that businesses can, advertise with. I love it. I love seeing the revenue generators compensated.
Like who? Who's a Penn State player?
The quarterback.
Well, it would have been Saquon back in the day.
If that existed for Saquon Barkley, he would have made 7 figures.
Yeah.
Again, not everybody's going to make that kind of money, but an offensive lineman can make $10,000 pimping a barbecue joint. God bless him.
I just want to see how much.
Arch Manning is already doing something.
Oh,
isn't
yeah.
he?
There's some of these guys that could actually make more in college than getting to the NFL and being drafted in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Yeah.
Which is why these football programs should be extracted from and excluded from Title IX. Just figure this out and let football programs, they can stand alone.
Yeah, I agree. They're not amateurs anymore.
Yeah.
All right, we got a break.
Amen. All right. Oh, I have a sponsor. Let me do a sponsor really fast.
D&K Appliances.
So, because I love this, and they're in Flourtown, which is like 5 minutes from my house, and I checked them out yesterday.
Oh, did you?
Nice. D&K Appliances, they're awesome. They're family-owned and operated. They offer industry-leading brands, the best brands, Bosch, G Profile, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, Sub-Zero, and much more. Their staff are local experts guiding you through sales, delivery, installation, and service. They do it all. Visit D&K, like Dawn and Kale.
Yeah.
D&K.
Boy, just
D&K. They named it after us.
Yeah, we'll pimp anything.
D&K
I'm like a Kelsey.
Appliances. In Newtown Square as well as Flourtown or DKappliances.com. Thank you for sponsoring our Big Three.
There you go. Thank you very much, Dawn. Coming up next, your chance not only to be enlightened by what occurred today in music history, but also your chance to dazzle us with your movie knowledge. The Morning Mystery Movie Clip for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra. It's next Friday, February 21st at the Asplund Concert Hall at Westchester University. Dawn and I will be out there. If you don't win them today or tomorrow, you can visit for tickets, joeconklin.com. We're back after this here on Kayal & Company.
King Shooter Supply in King of Prussia, the gun store and shooting range you know and trust, will be hosting Glock Day on March 8th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Stop in and try out one of the demo Glocks before you decide which one to buy. King Shooter Supply, the place with a great staff inside, now with twice as many shooting lanes, easy parking in back, and a rear entrance. Glock Day, Sunday, March 8th at King Shooter Supply, 346 East Church Road in King of Prussia, on Facebook and at kingshooters.com.
Your new kitchen. Visualize it. Kitchen Magic has just launched its new innovative online kitchen visualizer. Easily experiment with styles, colors, and layouts online and preview your perfect space before your design consultation. Then Kitchen Magic's design experts can refine the details to bring your vision to life. Family owned for 45 years, Kitchen Magic has crafted over 60,000 beautiful American-made kitchens. Right now, enjoy 40% off installation. Visit kitchenmagic.com.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Audacy app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust. No matter what you're up to, give it a try. To get started, download the free Audacy app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874. 800-390-0874.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this important announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121, 800-329-2121. A new president is sworn in. America's greatness is being restored, and there's breaking news every minute. Now, tens of millions of Americans are turning off Fox and CNN and tuning in to Newsmax for the breaking information they really need to know. Reuters Institute says Newsmax is one of the top news brands in America. Find it yourself on all major cable systems and on your TV or smartphone store. Just download the Newsmax app for free and start watching. You'll get great shows with Rob Schmidt, Greta Van Susteren, Rob Finnerty, and Carl Higbie, and more. Find out why millions of Americans have made the switch. Even President Trump says Newsmax is terrific, and he's watching. So make the switch to Newsmax. Check us out on cable and satellite TV or download the Newsmax app today. Watch us anytime, anywhere. Remember, Newsmax is real news for real people.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Now Taxes is using Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get your refund so you can do more with it right in Credit Karma. Now this is taxes. Intuit Credit Karma with TurboTax. See guaranteed details at turbotax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Audacy app.
This long-distance dedication request to Tony in Pottstown.
I'm doing this, I'm doing the merengue over here. Ready?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I just picture this, folks.
Yeah.
Outside on a patio in late May at a nice restaurant. You've got some steak tacos, pico de gallo, little queso fresco on top.
That's all he knows about.
Big bowl of guac. Here comes that tequila double on the rocks. Beautiful women, skirts, dresses.
Is this Manya?
This is just my wet dream.
This is
Phil Almquist?
This is Bad. This is Bad Bunny.
I should know that.
This dope.
Because we have the first Spanish language rock band nominated in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Oh, look at you, Dawn
my
Stenslin.
gosh.
I thought Big Bunny got wiped out
Wow.
at WrestleMania last year.
Dan, did you bring me roses?
Oh, for God's sake!
Look at this.
Look at this.
That is a MAGA bouquet.
Put it on the YouTube.
Look at that, yeah. Show us your flowers, Stensland.
Look at that. Look at that. So, is that from Dan or is that
That's
from
my executive producer. He loves me.
Is that from Dan or is that from Larry?
Yeah, I'm sure it's Lair Bear.
Flower delivery at work.
I brought it up for her. I don't know who's it from.
Look at Dan. He's 6'8". He's got to bend over to talk into the mic.
He's a good man. I didn't see him, so he could have just brought him home to Maisie,
Yeah.
his beautiful wife. He said, "Here, honey."
Wow, look at that.
Dan's like, I'm sorry.
Boy, Larry's showing us all up.
I know.
Look at that.
Wow.
Oh, boy.
I got to figure out what I'm going to do. I only have like another 10 hours left. Christ. Thanks, Larry.
Thanks, Larry. Love you.
We'll get to Phil with the music, but first, Jimmy Kelly with the movies and your chance to win Joe Conklin tickets.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I don't know what to do. She's getting married and he's gonna ruin her life.
Yeah, Glenn doesn't deserve her. All he cares about are possessions. Fancy cars, CD players. Even women are possessions to him.
See, Billy Idol gets it. I don't know why she doesn't get it.
Oh, I hope you find her. You guys will not believe this. Some creeping coach who thinks he's Don Johnson just asked me to be part of the Mile High Club. He said I was grade A, top choice meat.
Think you know what it is? Be calling 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
All right, today, once again, a pair of tickets to see Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra, as well as Dawn Stensland and myself next Friday, February 21st, Westchester University, Asplin Concert Hall. If you don't win tickets, you can get them at joeconklin.com. Caller number 12, 855-839-1210. Best of luck right now. Phil Almquist with what happened today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, February 13th, we celebrate the birthdays of Peter Gabriel, who's 75, Henry Rollins, who's 64, Tony Butler from Big Country, who's 68, Peter Hook from New Order, who's 69, and Derek Riggs, the artist who created Iron Maiden's Eddie, who's now 67. We also lost Waylon Jennings on this day in 2002. Singles include Strawberry Fields Forever by the Beatles in 67, Margaritaville by Jimmy Buffett in 76, Calling Dr. Love by Kiss in 77, and Hello America by Def Leppard in 80. Albums include Face Value by Phil Collins in 81, Shake Your Money Maker by the Black Crowes in 90, Black Sabbath's debut in 70, A Trick the Tail by Genesis in 76, and Love at First Sting by the Scorpions in 84. Also in 82, the marble slab from Ronnie Van Zant's grave was stolen. It was found 2 weeks later in a dried up riverbed. In 60, Frank Sinatra launched his own record label. In 78, Dire Straits began recording their debut album. In 82, the Rush concert video Exit Stage Left debuted on MTV. In 70, The Who recorded their concert at Leeds University. In 81, Billy Idol left Generation X to pursue a solo career. In 2004, Led Zeppelin was awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award at the Grammys. In 66, the Stones appeared in color on US TV for the very first time when they made their third appearance on The Ed Sullivan Show. In 83, Marvin Gaye performed the national anthem at the NBA All-Star Game. And last year, Disturbed played a show in Baltimore. But lastly, one more Led Zeppelin. I mentioned a year ago when the YouTubers had no idea what I looked like and thought I was young. Good times. On this day in 72, Led Zeppelin was forced to cancel their show in Singapore when local officials saw their long hair and refused to let them off the plane. Greg Stocker. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Almquist.
Unbelievable. Just dazzles every day. It's unreal.
Dazzles.
All right. We have Doug in Downingtown. He's identified the clip. Doug, what movie did you just play?
It's the Wedding Singer with Adam Sandler.
That is correct, sir. Yeah. Nice work. You're heading to see Joe Conklin next Friday. How's that sound?
That sounds great.
All right, brother. There he is. Doug in Downingtown. Dawn is up in about 5 minutes, and we find out what she has besides a nice bouquet of flowers.
Yes. Happy Valentine's Day to you, too. We have a great guest coming up. You know him, EJ Antoni. So he will join me today, 10:30. We love EJ talking about all things inflation, the economy. We'll break it down. And looking at the latest with DOGE, we have the appointments that are coming up. Will RFK Jr. get in? What about Linda McMahon? It looks like she will, but we'll have all of that covered for you. And locally, there's a lot of news about the big parade. We got it all.
All right, the Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock. Everybody have a great rest of your day, and stay tuned for Dawn. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. Dawn will be on site for the Super Bowl parade, and the rest of us schmucks will be here at 2400. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Good night, everybody.
See what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather use.